Greetings, Battle Brothers. It's me, Aurelia Tempris, defender of the Golden Throne and servant of humanity. There's lots of no rules. Lots of no rules in the chat. Should I be concerned? Should I be concerned? Just a little concerned? Or not at all? I gotta adjust my mic. One sec. It got a little loose. The stand from my microphone, I think I've been touching it a little too much. Hello everyone. How are you? It feels like it's been a while. Feels like it's been a while. Yes, it's been quite a bit. Cause what? Let's see. Sunday was the last stream? Yeah. But 5 days, that's a long time. It's a long time. Oh yes, happy Pie Day. It is Pie Day, yes. I'm not really a pie person, I'll have to admit. Pizza pie, yes. In terms of like dessert pies, I don't have them like nearly often enough. So I can't say I really like them all that much. I know some people will find that to be very heretical. I don't mind a good savory pie. Is cake a type of pie? No, I would not say it is. I don't think it is. It's been over a month since you last watched this. Yeah. It's been a second. It's been a second. We've been very busy. Let's see. Today's the 14th, so yeah, we had a lot of stuff going on. We had anniversary streams, we had front page streams, a bunch of collabs, a lot of stuff. So, yeah, it's been good, it's been good. Not sure why YouTube's not appearing. I even checked it, and it was supposed to appear. I don't know. I can still see you, YouTube, so don't worry. Don't worry, YouTube, I can still see you. That's odd, though. I definitely... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. You spoil us too much? How do I spoil you? How do I spoil you? I'm really curious. Did I react to this 2 weeks ago? Man, I can't remember. I just got up from a nap. I just got up from a nap, and I am figuring my life out right now. It's okay. I can still see YouTube, so it's okay. It's fine. I can still see them. It's just they're not appearing on my screen. This happens every once in a while, and I still don't know why. But I'll make some changes and hopefully get that fixed. So cool. I'm glad it wasn't a month. I was like, man, I thought I reacted to it recently, but I was like, whatever. It's not a big deal. There's a little... I want to have caffeine, but I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know if that's a good idea right now. Oh, I was gonna put more gamer sups in my cup. Discount code Aurelia. I'm very happy. I was talking to my gamer sups, like, partners, and it was awesome because they came out with a new waifu cup, and it's called... It's called Morning Wood. That's the name of the cup. And it's a girl chopping wood, like a lumberjack. I thought it was really cute. And so I told them, I said, hey, like, I want to get this cup. Like, I would like to get it. Can I replace one of the other cups I was going to get? And they're like, no, we got you. I was like, oh, okay. And they gave me the cup. They gave me the cup on top of the other stuff that I got. And I was like, oh my gosh, you're so nice. And then when I got my order, they also sent me the shirt. So now I have this shirt, and it's just wonderful. I'm very happy about it. I got it on Monday. And I was like, yay! So, oh, hello, fan. Hi. Watching more today. We gotta catch up. It's just so hard when there's a lot of stuff to watch. Right around my dinner time too. It makes it very very difficult. Oh, Ben, thank you so much for 11 months. Dude, we're almost at a year. In April. What? Are you wearing the shirt now? I think it's in the laundry. I think I wore it the day I got it. So. Difficult, and that doesn't help that each episode's like an hour long. Yeah, it's quite a bit, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Let's see if I get a little boost of energy. If we get a little boost of energy, maybe we'll be fine. Cake pie for dinner. Pizza would make more sense, but I also have like leftovers in the fridge from the girl meal I made. I made it today and I was like, ooh, I could have this for dinner too. If I was really feeling it. So, oh, man. Since when does YouTube have ads on streams? They've always had it. They usually do. If you're a member though, then you don't get ads, I think. I don't remember. But I think today, for the episodes that we're watching, we have a special that's about 20 minutes, and then we have the big, beloved... Let's see, what episode is it? Episode... Wait, one sec. 25, which apparently a lot of you guys, like, start drooling at the mouth over, so it's apparently very good. Yeah, so it's gonna be very good. Yeah, I've heard episode one more. We haven't even started today. Do you just want me to end stream? Every time you say that, I want to stop out of spite. That's probably bad. It's probably not a good way to look at it. But every time you say that, I'm like, well, now I won't do another one. You can't make me. You can't make me. Alright, sorry everyone, because Shadow keeps pushing it. No stream. We're gonna do something completely different. More Mario Kart. It's bad. Yeah. Rainbow Road, dude. Dude. I'm good. I'm good at Mario Kart. I did some 200cc with Froggy. Froggy and I got together. And we played Mario Kart and did some 200cc. It didn't go badly. I was still scraping every single wall, but it was better than I thought it was gonna be. It was better than I expected. Episode 25 is hype, but 32 is still my favorite. Ooh. Ooh. Who won? It doesn't matter. We were just playing for fun. We were just hanging out and chatting. The whole point was just to hang out and have a good time. Doesn't matter. Oh man, I gotta get more gamer subs. I gotta grab it. I did get to try the Gamer Subs anime girl thigh. Oh, it's very good. I could drink a lot of that. I could drink a lot of that. It's kind of bad. So not me? Well, I'm not gonna tell you. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. it was still very fun. Although I fell off way too many times. Dang it. Someone's using the code red emote, and I'm like, oh, if only I had some code red with me right now. That sounds really good. So you like the sweet six-pack and the anime thighs, but have you combined them? No, I haven't. Creamsicle and like cherry pineapple. I don't know if that will go super well together. I also need to get the caffeine-free version. So I don't know. I don't necessarily want to mix the... I don't want to have the caffeine one right now, because that's a lot of caffeine. But that's a good point. We could build our perfect girl with all of the, with all the Gamer Subs flavors. I'm sure there's one related to... I'm not gonna finish that statement. Anyways, just do it. I just don't have code red with me. I'd have to go to the store, so I can't go get code red. Unless you guys wanted to hang out for like 30 minutes while I go get it. Unless you guys just wanted to do that while I went and got code red. I won't do that. I won't do that. Making me thirsty. Hey, calm down, fan. Calm down, fan. Calm down. It's just anime girl thigh. No need to get crazy over it. Just do the good guacamole gamer fart combo. That one is good, but it lacks a certain je ne sais quoi. I can't tell you, man. It's not quite there. But thank you for the bits. I was talking to Froggy, and I discovered, actually, because I always assumed Mountain Dew wasn't allowed in the UK. Like, it was, like, not allowed because chemicals and things in it that shouldn't probably be in anyone's body. But she told me that it does exist. It's just it's not very popular because it's kind of a citrusy lemon lime flavor, and it's not like electric green. She was telling me about it. I was like, oh man, I gotta go over there and try it. Yeah, it's probably a different blend. That's what we were discussing. I'm pretty sure Pop-Tarts are heavily regulated in Europe. Listen, Pop-Tarts, understandable, they're good. I haven't had Pop-Tart in a long time. When was the last time? Over 5 years, I think. Froggy who? Oh, she's my friend, Froggy PhD. Let me do a little shout out for my Froggy Frog. My mods are so great, they're on top of it. That was wonderful. Wow. Reading my mind, and also just reading. If you read chat, you can get there eventually. Thank you. Oh, scientific fanfic. Thank you so much for the bits. I'm waiting on my blanket from Cha Cha. I'm so excited. I can't wait to get it. It's gonna be so nice. And I'll be I'll be one of the few people that can cuddle with Cha Cha. I'm sorry, that's a little cursed. I apologize for that, but I had to say that. I'm so funny, aren't I? Okay, I'm gonna grab Mountain Dew. I have Baja Blast. I have to go get it. I will be back. Just give me, like... give me a moment. I'll be right back. Yes, I got the Baja Blast. Okay, this is so, perhaps call it silly, but I really like that you guys call me boss. It's like, I don't know what it is. I like it. There's a guy that I work with, and he's considerably older than me. And when I first started working, and I had to like ask him a question because he's incredibly knowledgeable, and I'd like call him or something, he'd be like, "Hey, what can I do for you, boss?" And I was like, he's calling me boss? Like that, I don't know, there's something about that when like a stranger like calls you boss, like, yeah, here you go, boss. Like, you're like, yes, I don't know. Is that weird? Is that weird? Because that's what, I don't know, I kind of like it. Yeah, it's like, okay, I think I saw a meme, it was like, when an older lady calls you like sugar or honey, and then like the guy at the hot dog stand or something calls you boss, it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's not like, how do I explain? It's not that I'm like, oh I'm the boss, yes, I have power over you. It's not like that. I'm trying to figure out how to like articulate this. I don't know how to articulate it, but like that's what it's like, I'm like, yeah. Not the dab. It is heartwarming. Good, I'm glad you guys understand and I don't have to fumble and try to explain what it means. Nah, just boss, just boss. None of those other ones I mentioned, boss. Boss. I mean, you can still call me by my name, but I find it funny when... Because I think it started with the mods. Mods just called me boss, and I was like, oh, okay. I never insisted on it, just kind of happened. No, it's just boss. Just call me boss. Nothing more. Look. No. Only Sanguinius can call me sugar and honey. Only he's allowed to call me that. You can call me boss, though. I definitely call Sanguinius boss. Yeah, no, it's fine. You can call me Auri, that's fine. Fine by me. I have like a list of things that you can call me and it's acceptable. You're right, it could be worse. Slowly, I evolve into an orc boss. I get called boss so much, the wah energy starts flowing through me. And I've just become Aurelia. That did not take long, man. I could have put that on a timer. That was so fast. I actually have... Will it play, actually? Do I... Yes! I actually added a hotkey. I added a hotkey to my stream deck where I could just play some of those sounds. Ask Stellatrix? Thank you for the bit, Scientific Fanfic. Wait, what do you mean, ask her? Ask her what? What am I asking her? Did I miss it? Where's my mouse? My cursor? There it is. Bro, why isn't the model toggling? 1 second. I'll get you your commissar hat. There you go. Enjoy that while I figure out what happened here. Why isn't it? It's being a bit touchy. Oh, is it related to this? Oh. That shouldn't be turned off. No, that's the same. Bros, I don't know why the model redeems aren't working. Yeah, I know the scuff. It was a good stream. Wait, so yeah, her stream was a good stream, but like, what am I asking her? What am I asking her? I was looking back at the messages and I got distracted. Boss equals person in charge. Who is number one in charge here? I am, technically. Oh, ow. We're waking up. Oh, I should open my Mountain Dew. Will the Skitter plushie be making its appearance? Oh my goodness, thank you. This is why you got give that man a promotion. Give him a promotion. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. First of all, promoted. One second, I gotta move it. There you go. Dang, I'm trying to just move my model and not the items. One second. There we go. Brought it back. The fiddle with the buttons for a second. There you go. Get promoted, sir. I love that you are waking up and I'm going to bed soon. Well, look, it was because I'm a very tired person. I'm very tired. Pretty consistently. So. Wow, someone got promoted. Yeah. Yep. Congratulations. At least you can sleep in tomorrow? Yes, dude, I was planning that. We have a collab tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. Auri Lunami reached out to me to do a repo collab. That game, I've been watching clips, and I played a little bit of it on Tuesday with some of the girls. Oh, it looks like an absolute ball. We're playing at 2:30 Pacific time. PM. 2:30 p.m. And it's gonna be so good. So we're playing with Auri, we're playing with Froggy, PhD, we're playing with, I think it's She, Icho, Capo Mayo, and Xenia. Those other three girls, I've not done any collabs with them before, so it's nice. They were really lovely when I played with them on Tuesday, so it's gonna be a good time. So it's gonna be a blast. So I am gonna sleep in tomorrow. I'm gonna sleep. I'm looking forward to it. It cracks a cold one, yes. A cold Mountain Dew. Anything else? Nah. We don't drink Amasec here, we just Mountain Dew. But yeah, sleeping in tomorrow is a must. And I think I'm gonna do some... I think... Don't hold me to this, please. But, I think I'm going to make some more progress on the Bane Blade. I'm gonna make more progress on the Bane Blade. I think I'll have time to do some more airbrushing tomorrow. Yo, hi, Scientific Fanfic. Whoa. Whoa, bro, sorry that was missing context. Let me add some. Wait. Thank you for the bits, and then thank you for the 20 gifted... The 20 gift subs. Thank you very much. What? I am still lost. Oh, wait. Are you saying ask Stellatrix about her stream, and then that is the context? Dude. If I'm taking this right... Lost is the point. Oh my. I think I understand. You're a homie. You're a homie. Thank you very much. Please say thank you if you just got gifted a sub from Scientific Fanfic. How is Repo? Is it as funny as it looks from the reels? Yes. Yeah. I at least enjoyed it. But I know sometimes for games, I'm a little more, like... I'm a little bit more focused on, like, getting the job done. But I think we're gonna have a lot of fun. Are you holding a knife to the skitter's throat? No, I'm just holding the skitter. Where do you see a knife? Where's the knife? I don't... There is no knife. What do you mean you see it? There's no knife. What are you talking about? Am I being framed? Am I being framed? What the heck? Everyone's like, yeah, I see it. I see it. No. No. Yo, Dino Fan, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you, dude. Are you talking about my pauldrons? The armor looks like a weapon, but it's not. It's for protection. I would never harm a skitter intentionally. I would never harm a skitter intentionally. Because I know one of you out here is gonna drop a clip on my face of me accidentally deleting the dwarf skitter. No, I don't want the clip. I'm aware of what the clip is already. No, there is a dwarf skitter. Yes, there is one. He still exists. I accidentally deleted him from my VTube Studio items. It was an accident. It was an accident. Can you eat skitters? They are very nutritious. High in protein. Everyone's picking Shadow for the clip. It was a legit accident. Yeah, it was when we were doing the skitter competition. And let's just say I accidentally deleted him when I was trying to move them around the screen. I have it, but I'm in enough danger. Look, I covered my bases. I wouldn't harm a skitter intentionally. Maybe unless it was an Erebus skitter. If it's an Erebus skitter, perhaps. Perhaps we would. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Should I take the skitter and pretend to like munch on him? I just realized this skitter is the old skitter design. It's not the new one, the one I have in my arms. Cause J Flair made this one. But I like it. It's cute. I thought there was an Erebus skitter. There is. I just thought about it and was like, Erebus skitter. Yeah, I might punt that one. I might punt that one. Any Erebus skitter punting. Yeah, see, understandable. You can't fault me for that. You can't fault me for that. Yeah, this is firstborn skitter. And the new ones are Primaris skitters. We emphasize the cuteness on them and the skitter ability. They have many more skitter alternatives and options. Let's go. You're gonna like these episodes coming up. I've heard I'm gonna like them a lot. Yo, scientific fanfic, you're on the other side too. So was the first skitter of firstborn and the new skitter of Primaris? Yes, correct. Yes. Yeah, YouTube chat is being weird. I don't know why it's not working, because I'm connected and everything. Unless I tried to copy the URL again. 1 second. I don't know why it's not working, because I kid you not, it was working on Tuesday. When I was fiddling with everything. And I'm like, well, oh, okay. I just tried a new thing. It works now. Nice. Hey, it worked. Hey, it worked. That's all I need. Fine by me. It works now. It is probably still delayed, as YouTube is. Do 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 do. Yeah, YouTube is always delayed a little bit. What? Oh, no, I wasn't calling you specifically weird. I was saying the YouTube chat program is weird. I can understand the confusion. I'm not calling you weird. Don't worry, I'm not calling you weird. Don't worry, I could still hear them. I was still talking to them. Hello, welcome, JDG. I thought we were just 30 seconds wittier on Twitch. Well, you're all very clever. Until you call me short. And then I get mad. What? What? Who is that you're holding? It's a Skinner! Thank you, Red Tail Wolf, for the bits. It's a Skinner. I like to hold him when we do movie nights. And yo, Scientific Fanfic, thank you for the 10 gift subs on the YouTube side. You're sharing the love with YouTube. Thank you, man. Guys, say thank you. Please make sure you say thank you. Oh man, I meant to right before stream. I got a gift sub for Chapter Master Valrek's channel, and I was gonna pop in and say thanks for the sub, and I totally forgot. Actually, is he live right now? If he's live right now, I'm just gonna go type it in the chat. Mute the desktop audio, just in case. Because it was like right after I woke up. Right before the stream. I think I missed it. Or someone was just gifting when he wasn't live. Interesting. Anyways, doesn't matter. When he goes live again, I'll thank the person. Yo, and Scientific Fanfic, thank you for subscribing as well. And Babbling Prophet, thank you for the 8 months of support. I've come bearing praise. Thank you. But if short, then why head pats? It's because you're standing on the Bane Blade. You're standing on a Bane Blade. And I am not as tall as a Bane Blade. Are we making fun of my keyboard? Are you making fun of my keyboard? Are you making fun of my keyboard? It's perfectly fine. No, ma'am. Yeah. Don't you mean boss? I'm kidding. It's definitely not Froggy's keyboard. Mine is not... My keyboard is definitely not Froggy's keyboard. She's got a very interesting keyboard. Should we start? Should we start? We've been chatting for... Wow. We've been chatting for 30-ish minutes. Froggy is cultured. I should tell her you said that. I'm gonna message her right now. There you go. I sent her a message. Okay. We are going to... Let me just... I'll do that. Okay. We are going to go watch We're gonna do it. We're gonna chill. Now we've got a little caffeine in me. I'm going. Each key of Aurelia's keyboard has a different feather of Sanguinius on it. Do you know how big his feathers are? I'm sorry. Do you know how big his feathers are? The one feather that, like... That one feather that you hear about in 40K in the, my brain has stopped working. But basically, bro. It's like, they described it as the size of a man's forearm, and I can't remember whether or not that was, like, the size of a regular human, or if it was the size of a space marine forearm. Those feathers are massive. Massive. No. He's not like a canary, although a canary-sized Sanguinius would be absolutely adorable. 10 out of 10 would hold in my hands forever. Yes, the feathers would also vary in size, so that particular feather is the size of a forearm of indeterminate size, which means they could even vary between like 2 to 4 feet. Like, that's a lot. Yes. Very large feathers. You know what they say about men with large feathers? They've got a big wingspan. Anyways. They fly really, really, really well. Yeah, look, I wouldn't complain if I had like a 4-foot tall feather. No, we're not doing psychology in here. A man is a featherless biped. Does that make Sanguinius a chicken? We all know how that debate went down, and we know that's not the case. We know that's not the case. He's not a chicken. No. He's majestic, and he's not a chicken. Sanguinius is a goose. I guess you could see him as, like, angry like a goose. Oh, that reminds me. I'm so sad. I was on Twitter the other day, and I found this really funny bit of art. It was of, like, Sanguinius. So there was 2 pictures. It was just Sanguinius. And then one where it was, like, Sanguinius biting a dude's arm, and right above it, it was, like, a picture of an angry goose. And I was like, dude, that's funny. And then I couldn't find, like, I accidentally, like, clicked off of it because I was gonna like it and I was gonna follow the artist. And then I lost it. And the post only had, like, 150, like, interactions. So, and, like, 10 likes. And I was like, oh, I'm never gonna find that artist ever again. And I'm so sad because I even tried looking in tags to see if they added a tag, but I couldn't remember. They added a Warhammer tag or if they added something else, and I'm sad about it, man. I'm so sad. We're not talking crap about the glorious Hawkboy. No, I'd never talk crap about my husband. I love him. I love him. So, yeah. If anyone happens to know what art I'm talking about, tag me when you find it or post it in the Discord server, please and thank you. If you happen to find it, you will also get promoted. You will also be promoted, okay? So if you find it, let me know. What was the art again? So it was 2 pieces of art. One was just of Sanguinius, and he was wearing his, like, leopard outfit with his wings. So it was white background. It was legit just black and white, like, pen drawing. Second one, Sanguinius is biting some guy's arm. You are the person he's biting, and there's a goose drawn above his head, a very angry goose. That's the art. So if you find it, tag me in it on Twitter, or post it in the Discord server, and I will promote you. You'll get promoted. So there you go. The hunt is on, brothers! What kind of goose? It was just a regular white goose. No, it was totally random, but like, I'm never gonna find it again. So if someone happened to find it, you know, I'd love to hear, I'd love to see it. Yo, Froggy! Thank you for being around for 3 months. Yo, Capo Mio! Hi! Welcome in, Raiders. Guys, I was telling you about Capo. We are going to be collabing tomorrow. We're playing Repo. It's gonna be awesome. Thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Capo, please? Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Aurelia Tempris. I am a Warhammer VTuber and variety streamer. Today, we are going to be watching a series called Star Wars versus Warhammer 40k. So if you're huge into sci-fi and you're a nerd like me, hopefully you will enjoy this little segment. So yeah, we had so much fun playing Repo the other day. What were you guys doing on your stream, Capo? And please make sure if you need to go to the bathroom, eat, sleep, do whatever, make sure you do that. GTA V for the first time. Ooh, was it fun? I don't think I've played. I think parts of Grand Theft Auto sound like a ton of fun, but I've never had the opportunity to play just yet. Me neither before today, and it was really crazy. How many cars did you steal? How many cars did you steal? You lost count? Oh no. Well, it's okay. Well, welcome in, welcome in. Man, my Grand Theft Auto experience is finding a nice car and following traffic signals. Is it a fun game? It sounds like it would be fun just to mess around in. I may or may not have punched random NPCs. You really get to see like the other side of people when they play open world games. Maybe I should play. It'd be kind of fun. Although I feel like if I don't, if there's not an NPC that like does something mean to me, I'll probably like feel bad if I don't like follow all the laws and the traffic signs, and I think this side of me is no secret to my viewers at this point. Well, that's fair. That's fair. I don't know if I would feel bad whether or not if I decided to commit crimes. What should be, It does sound like fun, though. The story is very chaotic. Who said we were gonna play story mode? I just want to go around and cause chaos. Well, I'm a mafia boss, so crime is my thing. Oh, you're right. You're so right. I didn't think about that. You're so right. Dude. It is hard to not break the law in Grand Theft Auto. The game doesn't let you. Well, I'm gonna go. We'll do a good run where I just don't break. I do my best to not break any of the laws. I don't know how long that will last. Gonna lurk before I go to bed, by the way. Have fun. Thank you so much for the raid again. Please make sure you go get some rest. I can't wait to collab with you tomorrow. We're gonna have tons of fun. Have a good lurk, yes. And, yeah, it should be a good time. Oh, YouTube chat is also not appearing here. What is your problem? I don't know why YouTube chat is being so finicky today. I'm sorry. I can see you guys, though. We're gonna do so good tomorrow. We will. We will. Please get some rest. You relax. I'm just doing a little stretch. There we go. There we go. I think it was something weird with my, something really weird with the way, like, my, OBS sources. I think my OBS sources were updated, and I didn't realize they were. Yeah. So, should we do it? Should we start Warhammer versus Star Wars? I'm gonna put my headphones on. You guys found the 2 pictures at my request? I'm sorry. Guys, I only mentioned it like 10 minutes ago. In the meme channel. No way. Oh, that is not it. But I love that. That's not it. But I love it. It's, oh man. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna draw it for you. I'm gonna draw the vibes. Hang on. 1 moment. Please don't judge me. I cannot say I have particularly good art skills, but I'm practicing. That looks really, like, cool, though. 1 second. So, it's gonna be really rough, guys, so please don't judge me. I'm going fast, so I'm not, like, trying to do anything, like, too crazy. Oh gosh, this is gonna be terrible, because I'm drawing it quickly. 1 moment. Oh gosh, this is gonna look so bad. Now I'm paranoid, but it's whatever. There's that one, and he's got the leopard prints. Leopard print, and then he's and he's like, the second one is gonna be worse, dang it. The first one I was like paranoid about, but now I'm like, no, the second one's gonna be bad, where he's like it looks so bad. Oh gosh, it looks so bad. Oh no, I don't want to show you guys this. And Lamo, thank you for the super chat. 1 sec. And then there's a goose up here, and the goose is angry. And there's a guy's arm right here. Grabbing the guy's arm. He got it. Oh gosh, this is so bad. The second one is very much stick figure. I tried to make the first part look like decent. Okay. Oh, dang, it's gonna look so bad. I'm taking a picture of it. 1 moment. No, you guys didn't fail. I see your messages in the Discord. You didn't fail. It's just a different one. So it's legit just black and white. Okay, hang on. I'm cropping the photo. Oh, you guys can also post it to Aurelia memes. That's allowed, since I'm asking you guys to look for me. Save. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna send it in a second. Okay. 1 sec. I'm gonna send it. I'm sending it in the Aurelia memes channel. Okay, I put it in the Aurelia memes channel. Oh, that's cute too. Oh man, that's adorable. Okay. So, oh, I guess I could pull it up on stream. Hang on. I want it here. I'll show you what it looks like. And then... Image. One moment, I have to make it smaller to fit on my screen. I drew them on one piece of paper, so... It was really quick, too, so... Please, not too much judgment. So it's just Sanguinius kind of walking around, doing his thing, and then the second picture, he's like leaning forward and biting a guy's arm. That actually might be red. The blood might be red. Could be that. Peak doodle, Aurelia will pin on the fridge. No, don't do that. The first one was actually not too bad. The second one, I was like, well, I don't know how to draw this. So you get like very, very, very stupid looking Sanguinius. Thank you for the bits. So that's what it looks like. It's posted in... It's posted in Aurelia memes on the Discord. If you end up finding it, reply to the picture I sent. If you find the artist, like the artist posts, or you know, something like that. Nice art. It was very quickly, and it was quick and rushed. It was rushed, but I'm practicing. I've decided I want to learn how to draw, so I've just been I have decided that I'm gonna do a sketch every day, and just slowly improve. So currently I'm on day 3, slowly improving, just drawing things that I want to draw, and just trying to just improve. So, off topic, how much does Steve mean to you? Steve is like my friend. Steve is my friend. He means a lot to me. I love Steve. I've been learning to draw, so I've been drawing Sanguinius every day. No. Look, I tried. I attempted one. Yo. Yo, Red Tail Wolf, thank you so much for the bits. Yo, not bits. Oh my gosh, bro, my brain stopped working. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs, dude. Gotta run, have a good day. Well, thank you so much. You have a good day too. Holy cow. Like, wow, it's very nice of you. Hopefully, it was not related to my drawing skills. But no, I did attempt to draw Sanguinius yesterday, but then I gave up halfway through and I decided to draw myself. No, I've drawn... I've just drawn VTubers, so I drew Froggy and then myself, and I'm just drawing VTubers right now, because those are at least good references. So... yeah, it was not related to drawing, LOL. Good, good. I'm like, please. Oh god. Oh, thank goodness. Sanguinius, the snake tail and chicken wings? No. 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 Okay, should we do it now? Should we get started? If you find it, post in the Discord, and you will get promoted. I can't tell you what all those benefits, all the benefits that you get with that, but you get promoted, so you're better dental. It's gonna be better dental overall, at minimum. All right. Getting the headphones on. Audio should, in theory, be good. You guys let me know if, how good the audio is, if it's too loud or anything. Gonna have to make a roll that says nothing and just says promoted. That kind of makes me laugh. Bum 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 bum. As a servo skull, I would love better dental. Yeah. I mean, it's not like you're doing much with your teeth, though. This is the special right before episode 25. Oh, I'm just here for the better dental. This is wild. Bum, 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 bum. In defiance of fate. Very hardcore.
The two moved in artistry.
Oh, yes!
One step countering the next, air-pounding concussions raining away from their blows and parries, each one a vain trumpet. Each one seeking to be the sound of victory, yet only sounding to call attention to the display. The librarian and the Jedi dueled ferociously,
yes.
Blade and stave casting shadows across light and spearing blinding eminence through otherwise still darkness. Yet for all the glory and wonder of their conjoined skill, the pace of their dance was clear, and the song which made their rhythm was more and more rapidly singing one and only one man to victory. Saffron. But it did not yet play loudly enough to overcome Obi-Wan's ironclad discipline, which once more tore away such meanings from the sheen of his own thoughts, leaving his mind clear to continue the contest. The Jedi Master still fought to win, contending in order to strike him down and, if possible, strike him dead. But even the goal of his battle was fading from his conscious thoughts as he found himself...
I really don't want Obi-Wan to die because I like Obi-Wan so much as a character. Just... I don't want him to die. Yo, welcome in. Welcome in.
Sacrificing and dedicating all of his being to the contest before him. Body, soul, and thought, all were being consumed by the fire born of his fight.
Oh, man.
And his need to simply keep it lit.
I'm sorry. I love that art. I like that art. I like Obi-Wan when he's got kind of longer hair. Very lion. But I love this art that I'm seeing right here. Oh, it looks so nice. Hello there.
Obi-Wan was losing himself in the precise and lethal flow of combat, sinking further and further into the core of his guardian training, becoming the stone upon which the ocean must crash. In the center of this melee, deep within his zone, as it were, Kenobi had become one with his blade, and the lines between him and his environment had blurred nearly beyond recognition. Against any foe of his past, he would have been triumphant, and perhaps easily so. But as the Jedi Master rallied himself against the foe he now faced, all he could sense was a sickening sense of growing clarity, for he was forced ever to be on the defensive. Ever the stone and never the ocean, always the shield but too rarely the sword. It was not a pace he could keep up forever.
No.
Obi-Wan was performing feats he'd never attempted before, stringing new maneuvers into old techniques as the need arose, and yet he was countered every time. Not always easily, but effectively enough to give the Master a sense of his opponent's depth of experience.
Yeah, it's so bad.
The Jedi Master came to an innate realization through this, coming to understand that even while he himself invented techniques and strategies that were new to himself, perhaps new to the entire Jedi Order, They were not new enough. How many times had this Astartes creature performed exterminations like this? No matter the answer, Kenobi now understood that it would be unbearably high, and were that his only issue, it still would have been a nearly overwhelming hurdle to overcome in the fight. But it was not. They were both matched in many ways, but Obi-Wan bore no strength-enhancing armor, had no force-repelling talismans, and could draw on only a fraction of the combat experience of his foe. Obi-Wan gave everything and more, but so too did this warrior.
He's gonna have to retreat.
Who threatened all he stood to defend. Obi-Wan put all his decades of battle behind his blade, reliving his life in subconscious cycles, his soul studying his memory to writing every last possible lesson it could from it. In response, the librarian answered with his own centuries.
Yep, there it is. There it is.
Oh. He did not need to reach his edge to access the full breadth of his knowledge. The Jedi Master blocked a horizontal swipe, spinning like a dervish as he absorbed the force from it and struck, cleaving shadows with light, grunting, spraying sweat from his moist hair as he was brought up short by a sharp parry, bending back and avoiding one counter-strike, then parrying another. All the while, his mind also dueled, not against the towering form of the Astartes before him, or against the intrusions of his doubts and flaws, but against the slick, shark-like form of the librarian's own attacking mind.
Yeah, this is bad.
Drove for Kenobi, psychically assailing the Jedi in moments where even the slightest mistake or malign decision could spell disaster. Obi-Wan had thwarted each attempt thus far, and had even struck back with his own mental attacks. Yet even these small blows struggled to be called victories, even small ones, for the Space Marine had not been so much as required to personally address Kenobi's psychic counters, hiding his own vulnerable thoughts behind mind wards born of technical or ritual production, all of which were built directly into his armor.
Yeah, that's rough.
Obi-Wan found that psychically attacking was incredibly taxing, and it left him far more vulnerable, forcing him to abandon the tactic and therefore ceding one battlefront to the Imperial. Yet in spite of that loss, clarity was his, and it did not lie. The flow of this battle was against the Jedi, and he soon found himself unable to do much more than fend the librarian off, waiting and watching for a mistake or flaw in his opponent's technique. Yet no matter how much he fought,
I was gonna say, you're gonna have a hard time.
Seemed forthcoming. Around them, the Jedi grew scarcer and scarcer, escaping or helped to escape by other Jedi as the two combatants did their dreadful battle.
Someone else needs to come in and distract him.
In spite of the obvious danger, most of them fled more slowly than they should have, bogged down by the sights and sounds and senses before them. The display put on by the two vying adversaries was a feast to the warriors' eyes, and many could not help but take their taste while it lasted. Each swing of Saffron's stave rippled the air like roasting flames, the librarian using both hands to whip about with the broad head of his bewitched weapon. Across from him, Obi-Wan was a ceaseless spinning disk of blue energy, whirling over, and then under, and then over again. He avoided the first flurry of soul-smashing strikes before catching Saffron's flank with his blade and driving his body thrown by the force of the swing. The Jedi was sent away before landing and rebounding gracefully off a pillar and then the floor, shards of broken armor and the robes beneath trailing in his weightless wake. Obi-Wan had become transcendent. He had become grace. He was the definition of power, and yet he was also not enough. The librarian matched his speed, driving deep, molten footprints as he tracked the Jedi's evasive legwork, mirroring the movements of the lithe Jedi. He shifted about and stepped as though the armor which enveloped him did not restrict or reduce his movement at all.
Oh, it's insane that they can do that. How fast Space Marines can move.
Net of fear over any observer. Those knights who had lived by the saber and its forms drank in the displays with near rapt attention. For those Jedi more inclined towards the mysteries of the Force, this was no less fascinating a contest. The psychic battle which waged between the two was nearly as impressive as the martial contest the warriors were simultaneously engaged in. Kenobi was a smooth sphere, leaving no purchase, no place to strike, and yet the Space Marine had formed a lance out of his imperially conditioned mind, striking dead center for Obi-Wan's soul again and again, testing the very limits of the Jedi Master's serenity. The other Jedi around them watched, and most would remember. Whether they carried themselves from that place or were carried by others, they would remember Kenobi's valiant stand and the strength of the monster which overcame him. Snap! He'd broken his left shin, snapped it completely in half. He could feel it, waving, flopping as he fell backwards and away, his fingers releasing his lightsaber, everything moving in a slow, agonized clarity. Agony coursed through Obi-Wan's mind, and though he shunted it aside, his balance was utterly lost.
Yeah, you can't.
Impossible. He maintained his mental defenses, but he had lost control of his muscles, the pain signaling the failing of his left shin bones, leaving him falling, colliding hard with the ground. In spite of the pain, Obi-Wan was still calm, still collected.
I'm impressed.
He was aware of the damage, but he was also still within the center of his serene mind. And he worked to remain there. What had happened? His mind answered him in a flash review of the last few milliseconds. He had taken the last parry too lightly, and the Space Marine had struck with more force than he had rightly anticipated. His stance had failed to compensate, and the force of the strike had pushed him beyond his body's limit. He blocked the falling strike of the stave wrongly, and the resulting force had broken his shin in half. It had been one mistake, just one, but it was enough. The Space Marine paused, spinning his stave upright and letting its butt strike the ground. He loomed tall, triumphant, coming forward and rearing back a massive boot to stomp on Obi-Wan's legs, the force of the blow shaking all present and rattling the deck. But Saffron could only growl in frustration as he surveyed his handiwork, or lack thereof. The Jedi was no longer prone beneath the dents under his boots. Another Jedi, a Xenos woman with dark skin and sporting bizarre head growths, charged across the room toward them and slid past in the final moment, grabbing Kenobi by his robe and hauling him out from danger's closing jaws. Good job, ma'am. Shut. They skidded to a halt, barely controlled, both facing Saffron as they arrested their movement. This new woman crouched behind the beaten Jedi Master, arms wrapped protectively around his torso, eyes glowing Akkadian shade in the darkness of the Auri. Obi-Wan could feel Master Ali connecting with him, and even then, transferring her life force into him, mending his injuries and soothing his fatigue. But he knew that she would not be able to work quickly enough. A fact that became evident as Saffron began to approach them. His boots cracked the floor as he came for the Jedi, only to pause a moment later when another form stepped between him and them. Yet another Jedi. The small, willowy form of the elderly Master Jocasta Nu revealed itself. Saber active and poised to defend the members of her venerable order.
Swarming like maggots,
Saffron cursed under his breath. His brows furrowed, betrayed his deep frustration. 2 more? How many psychers did this fiendish republic have to field?
A lot,
the Space Marine
thousands.
Shook the unworthy thoughts from his mind, and instead focused on the force standing before and against him. The woman was obviously aged, straight back though she was. Her white robes were speckled in red, something Saffron surmised was not the result of a striking, intentional aesthetic. A long, rectangular box was slung across the bony shoulders and back of the old master, held fast by a strap which clung to both ends of the box. She seemed an absurdly small figure in the shadow of the massive librarian, a detail which did not escape the warrior she now faced.
Have I truly passed your orders so forcefully that you are bringing old women out of retirement to slow me down? It will avail you nothing but further humiliation,
Saffron said, stepping forward and spinning his stave.
Is she gonna be quick,
Jocasta,
though?
in turn, raised a single, thin, gray eyebrow.
She's a master for a reason.
A Jedi never truly retires. Besides, I have no intention of doing battle with the likes of you, she said, affecting a distinctly unimpressed
She's like,
air, wrinkling her nose at the Space Marine.
I would never.
Saffron grinned in response, a vicious battle lust showing through the expression. He sped forward instead of speaking further, raising his stave high before swinging it downward, intent on hammering the old woman into the floor of the ship like an offensive, protruding nail. His strike, wreathed in psychic force, did little more than fan the air before Jocasta's face, burning some hairs in her eyebrows and little else. Saffron's feet scraped and screeched against the metal ground, but not towards the Jedi woman, but away. He labored against the sudden pull, attempting with all his might to complete his final stride, swiping again at the elder before him and remaining just out of her range. From behind Saffron, emerging from the cover of two pillars which held up the wide room, two more Jedi appeared. A dark-skinned human man.
Oh, they finally came. They finally made it. Dang. They're really getting all of the peoples together. All the masters are coming in to go kick butt.
Xenos, holding a glowing blue saber staff. Both had their free hands extended toward the epistolary, fingers curled as they held him just back from his lethal strike. Jocasta Nu broke her stance, face remaining a stern mask as she nodded in the direction of the two other masters. They, however, would be more than happy to sate your barbarity, the old woman said, the air of disdain about her as thick as water as she spoke, thrusting her own free hand forward and throwing a pillar of telekinetic might against Saffron. That act succeeded in driving a roar of defiance from the warrior as he was suddenly pressed, holding his ground for only a few seconds before he was thrown backwards, falling toward the two Jedi Masters and their hungry, burning blades.
Dude, this is so hard. I have a hard time picking who I want to win, because something like, man, the librarian, he's just so cool. He is so cool. But, like, I want Obi-Wan. Like, just kill off the nameless Jedi. And maybe you don't get this guy. Or maybe the I don't know, man. It's so hard because the characters are so cool. Oh. Was that it?
With our swords, we will forge new stories to strike the gods that haunt us.
Is this part of it? I think that's it. Oh! The next one. The next one. Doesn't matter who loses, we, the readers, win. Yeah. The whole purpose of this is just to tell a really good story. And dang, it's really good. It is really good. All right. We shall continue. This apparently is one of the most favorite episodes. It's a teaser for the next episode. Well, we don't need to watch the teaser. We can just watch this. Perfect. In collaboration with your mom. I'm sorry if Jessica Jacobs has a kid. I'm sorry about that one. I didn't think there was gonna be... Well... Well... it was bad timing. That's what that was. Bad timing.
The absence of faith is the mark of weakness. The avoidance of faith is the mark of the heretic. The abhorrence of faith is the mark of damnation. To the first, I offer redemption by way of fear, fury, and, if need be, righteous death. To the second, I am the hound of fire, always upon the scent, and always in pursuit of their wickedness. To the last, I am judgment, the final word spoken by blade and bolt and blazing flame. For I walk in the light of the Emperor, and I am already at his side.
Ooh.
The words were spoken without stealth, yet silenced, for her vox was muted, and her helmet permitted no sound to escape from within. It mattered not at all, for soon the enemy would know these words by the truth of her actions, with no utterances required. This was the natural state. She stepped into the corridor without even the shadow of fear trailing her feet, discarding from her person all semblances of mercy, compassion, or restraint. The dense clouds of billowing, dark incense shrouded her entry into the space, heralding her in thick, black mist. To her blessed eyes, the hallway was lit in green overlays of tactical information, the machine spirit of her holy raiment of battle bestowing her with sight beyond baseline sight. With it, her eyes did more than pierce the darkness.
Yeah.
Each and every single one of the heretically birthed replique slaves were highlighted brightly in her vision, even through their barricades and small, insubstantial holdout positions. Before her, the passage was long, yet not so narrow that she would have any true trouble wielding her chosen weapon. Canoness Leandra Ordain stood at the far end, her censer skulls softly warbling as they hovered over her broad, armored shoulders. Servo skulls. Each blessed device was spilling thick fonts of scented, obscuring smoke over her holy armor and into her wake.
Oh, okay, but that's like, that goes so hard though. Like, ooh, talk about a vibe. Like, it's not, oh, I threw a smoke grenade in there. No, it is, I am emanating smoke. Sounds kind of evil. But you can't tell me it isn't a vibe. Hello, welcome in. This is gonna be so good.
Shroud of purifying incense, she knew they would see her, if not by the power of their profane technology, then by the glow of her helm's green eye lenses, which she purposefully did not dim.
Yeah!
For it was not her intention to
hide. Yes.
In accordance with the holy words of the Sisterhood, the Emperor's divine work should only be done in the light.
Yes!
And so, she provided it. Leandra drew her blade, the Tabahaiv, the ruination of daemons, pulling the shard of divine lethality from the gem-encrusted and thrice-sanctified scabbard at her waist.
3 times is, like, critical. You need to know it was thrice sanctified, not just one. One is for regular Joe Schmoes. You gotta get at least thrice if you want to be as cool as her.
The holy blade was the penultimate work of the greatest swordsmith of her world, and it proclaimed its pedigree with a pride worthy of a tool of the Emperor's wrath. It glowed with a dawn-shaded power field, shining like a pillar forged of dying stars,
Yes.
illuminating both itself and its bearer in fire-like radiance. The canoness struck the martial form of her first assault, and in response, the skulls which flowed about her seemed to freeze in place, becoming very still as their eyes grew brighter, becoming a deep, violent red while Vox speakers built into the drones began to wake. From these archaic
I was gonna
sound
say,
projectors...
This makes me think of, if you've ever been hiking, there's always like the annoying group of people that goes on a hike and brings their speaker with them. And you're just like, oh, please. And they're blasting music and you're like, please, I'm out in nature. I don't want to hear your music. I want to hear nature. Or I don't want to hear anything. That's what she's doing here. She's like, don't worry, I brought the tunes with me.
poured forth a tremulous music. Many voices raised in grainy resolution, exalting the glory of the Emperor in beautiful hymns which gained in stability and quality the longer they played. The replicae, for all their many faults, had not chosen the sin of idleness. As the canoness entered and the music began to play, they busied themselves sighting her down, firing after only a couple of heartbeats, using pinpoint skill and the aid of her own illuminating blade to fire bolts of lethal blue energy into her chest and face. But they spattered against the skin of her master-crafted raiment like rain against the walls of a mighty fortress. Each long blue bolt burst as it made contact with the sister, the energized Tabana gas deflecting and scorching the hall and floors around her. She allowed them little enough time to make their opening shots before she proceeded to advance at pace. Trained in decades of battle, raised from birth to be a warrior,
Yes.
Leandra was everything the Kaminoan cloners had sought to mass-produce through flash learning and genetic manipulation. But what the aliens had tried to speed into creation, the Imperium had perfected.
They put boobs on it. That's how they perfected it, right there.
Not through cloning or intelligent selection,
but by
by the
boobs.
brutal virtues of raw, evolutionary Darwinism, constant, unceasing conflict, and implacable, unreasoning faith. Leandra opened...
That's the only reason. That's the only rationale I'm gonna give. That's it. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing else. But the perfection of the female form. Hey. Look. You know I'm not wrong. I mean, guys have thighs too, but that's not the same. It's not the same.
Opened her mouth and sang. Servos smooth as she lunged, unleashing a fluid power that should have been constrained to walkers and tanks many times her size. But this constraint was an illusion, one which she shattered with a single thrust of her horrendous, blessed blade. The troopers she had chosen were bracing their weapons against a makeshift barricade composed mostly of overturned desks and stacked carts, each false man firing into the canoness as she charged. Leandra lanced through them like they were not even there, mechanical muscles moving through the obstructions with absurd ease, the thrust of her shimmering sword even more so. It went into one of the clones, cooking him and blowing him apart in his own armor, even as his brothers had begun to scramble away. But she did not allow it.
Yes!
Tearing the blade through the smoky air in an arc which caught both of the fleeing soldiers, scorching and blowing them apart and causing their erupting, boiling innards to cake the walls and ceiling. But she did not remain to admire the carnage. Bursting through the now molten barricade her blade had torn apart, the owl's eyes of her helmet already settled on the next targets. The replicate...
Yes, the boobs are very important, ergo the boob armor. You are correct, fan. You missed a point there, but it's okay. It's okay. That's why I'm here. I'm here to make all of your wonderful, wonderful, very detailed, beautiful writing. And then I just say something about boobs. I'm so sorry. I love this. I've been enjoying this, and then I just said, you know, boobs. Hello, welcome in. We are watching some Star Wars versus Warhammer 40k, and I am being silly. That is all.
Troopers who opposed her showed unusual valor, standing against her, roaring their lungs raw and holding their lines, even as she hacked and kicked and tore her way from one group of false men to the next. They had no way of stopping her. Their weapons rendered utterly ineffective against the type of armor she had earned.
Her boob armor.
The battle nearly turned, however,
okay, I'll stop.
as Leandra
I
became
promise.
aware
I'll
of a
stop.
soft, metallic tinking nearby. Grenades, but not fragmentation grenades. She had been briefed on the replicate EMP spheres already and knew well enough what to do if she encountered them. Bellowing fanatical defiance, using her auto senses to locate the tossed spheres, she punted the grenades back the way they had come, ducking and running past the ones she could
that's
not
sick.
reach. She wove between the opening umbrellas of electrical energy, forcing the replicate to maneuver into their radius or slicing through the ones that attempted to corral her into the blasts. Several enemy troopers near the rear began to effect a retreat, pulling back through a pair of large doors which they clearly intended to seal. Leandra sped up her pace in response, voice ringing wordlessly in her helm as she sang her litany.
Yes.
The Canoness was a storm of light and smoke and death, a seraph of the Emperor's wrath, a master of the blade, demonstrating her skill in a lethal performance set to odes sung in her own voice, each one sworn to vengeance. White shells were parted without effort, melting, bursting apart. Blaster bolts and hails of blue gave answer, falling thickly down into the corridor. But what was not dodged was deflected, and what was not deflected was simply not sufficient. The Canoness pinned the last replicate facing her to the door, driving her holy sword into him just after the doors had shut and sealed behind her victim. Her blade sank a little more slowly into the door, and she felt her brows scrunch as she spat. It would take her 50 or more seconds to cut her way through something like this without damaging her weapon. But never one to bemoan the task at hand, the sister drew her blade out in a savage arc, casting the burnt remains of the false man aside with a disdainful grace. She drew the burning weapon back, taking its grip in both hands, all the replicate behind her dead, all those left alive running before her. She stepped back, and then, with a practiced strike, thrust her blade into the corner of the door and began to hack it open.
Nice.
As they had agreed, Nerva climbed into the narrow space of the knight's cockpit ahead of Farnes, momentarily struggling to lower herself into
They're gonna
it with
sit
only
together.
one arm. Here, let me... Farnes said, hooking his feet under the rungs of the nearby ladder and seizing the collar of the aspirant's armor, taking most of her weight and helping her feet reach the ancient throne beneath them without stumbling. She hissed an intake of air as he did, surprised by the sudden act, though, thanks to Farnes's training, this kind of conjunction was near instinct. He followed her in soon after, voice wrenched from his mouth in the form of a sudden cry as blue bolts scorched the air over his head.
Better get in,
He
bucko.
avoided any serious singeing, but that hardly helped his racing heart. The guardsman had, at her insistence, removed his flak armor, including the supplemental plates.
Oh
he
my gosh,
normally
that's
wore
right,
with
that's
it.
right. Oh goodness.
And while he was far from literally naked, still
I
dressed in
forgot
his
about
fatigues,
this.
the young man could not help but feel plainly naked without the protection of his helmet, breastplate, or boots.
Oh man, even took off the boots, huh?
But the feeling passed
Getting
as he
serious.
descended the short distance inside, hands cold against the heat-stealing ceramite rim of the Nightwalker's hatch. Soon, Farnes was enveloped in a far more profound array of defenses than any flak armor, no matter how thick, could ever hope to provide. He suspended himself, bracing with his hands and feet as Nerva took her place at the controls. The tech priest below him sat herself in a throne-like command chair, taking the control stick at the end of one armrest with her good hand, while her bad arm was held tight and cushioned against her chest in a sling she had hastily fashioned. Farnes felt a chill pang of sympathy as he studied her, making a note of her injury as he followed her down and strained to sit in her lap. Feeling his face burn at the awkwardness
that would
of
be,
it,
oh
he
gosh,
nevertheless
so
attempted
awkward.
to remain mindful of her wounded arm as he placed himself. His
Oh, dude,
distraction
that's so
causing him to
awkward.
press several keys and buttons on the walls near the command throne. These were mercifully inactive, resulting in nothing more than a greater chagrin for Farnes when he finally sat. To say that the seating was less than comfortable would be a sad understatement, for while he had removed his armor, Nerva had obviously not removed her own, and was notably augmented.
Yeah, she a bit,
Farnes doubted that she'd be much
pokey.
more comfortable to sit on, even naked, and he leaned his forearms against the free places on the armrests, taking his weight off her as much as he could manage, though mostly for her sake. Nerva noticed the odd position he had taken right away,
Oh, no.
and seemed confused by this for a moment before realizing what he was trying to do and almost chuckling at the effort. She didn't think much of guardsmen, and not in a derogatory way, but in a literal way. They were, more often than not, mere ants on any battlefield she shared with them, fighting on a different layer of the same war,
And
it
now
was a
you
layer
have
that
an
did not
ant
often intersect her own
blushing.
in a significant enough way to warrant prolonged thought. That being said, as a result of the events she was still taking part in, the worth of the Astra Militarum had been made abundantly clear to her. And more, she began to feel. After all, here was a single guardsman, just one. He was nothing, maybe even less than nothing.
Yes!
Yet, she could no longer see Farnes as that. Crammed inside the demigod engine, watching him try, Nerva found she simply could not see
Yep.
him as an ant any longer.
He's like,
And that shift horrified her as much as it honored her. So many ants.
oh god,
So
I was like, are you horrified because of him? Like, no, just because she's now like, oh yeah, those little ants, they're humans. Oop, I forgot.
many men lost. So much worth lost. She had access to her core systems and was sorely tempted to numb herself, to push off the revelation. But where perhaps her former master would have, she did not. She instead did the opposite, opening each of her sealed sensory gates with the exception of her arm and letting it all flow into her. This was truth, and she would not hide from truth, not in a holy place like this, not when the hand of the machine god was so obviously present. She released the control stick and rested her heavy hand on his shoulder.
Relax.
She said to Farnes from
Oh, he's cooked. He's so cooked. Holy cow. Ma'am, why you say it like that? Holy cow, he's cooked. Bro is cooked. She got a voice like that. Cooked. Cooked, man. Holy cow. War never changes. It never does, man. Never does.
behind, her voice tight but controlled.
Sit fully. Who knows how long we're going to be in here? You must save your strength. And besides, I am armored, so I can barely feel your weight anyway.
She added, Right, sorry. He said, face still burning as he complied,
No,
shifting around.
I'm totally like, look, if I was in the same like position as this dude, oh, I'd feel so awkward. I can't blame him. I feel so awkward, especially if it's a member of the opposite sex. It's like, oh man, it's like, that's awkward. Oh gosh.
For a moment before he found the most comfortable position. Okay, What now? He asked. In response, Nerva reached out to the control stick again, taking it and pressing a button under the lip of the handle with her pinky. The metal canopy above them screeched, making Farnes jump as it began to close, settling over their heads and hissing as it sealed shut and pressurized the cabin. Monitors all around them flickered to life, displaying the various symbols and creeds of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and lighting the otherwise dark interior in flickering gold and red hues. The sight was disorienting for the guardsmen, but to Nerva it was familiar enough. She had performed countless simulation test runs, and all of them had presumed this walker would be hers eventually.
First, I'm going to wake the machine spirit. Your friend is still strapped outside. If she is even still alive, then she needs help as soon as we can get it,
said Nerva, integration wires already beginning to worm out of the holes in her robe all along her spine as she spoke, linking into the throne behind her. So we'll be going for the lift? Farnes asked.
Yes. Hopefully the man your sergeant left behind will still be at the top, and have the sense about him to activate it when we arrive. Time is limited either way, so we will need to strafe the Prometheum tanks on the way out,
she said. We? The guardsman asked nervously.
You guys are together.
Yes, we. I'm going to control the arms and legs of this thing, but I'm still going to need you to use certain weapons, since my arm is out of commission. I will run us by and aim the weapon, but you will have to fire it,
the aspirant said. Farnes firmed his chin and nodded stiffly. Okay. How do I fire the weapon?
Do you see that control stick? The one with the 3-pronged trigger?
She asked. He paused for a moment to look around at the armrests before locating the control stick on the side with Nerva's wounded arm and nodded. Yes, I see it, he said.
Good. Take it. That will be the one you use to control the last impulsor. The first trigger on the top will charge the weapon. The second one will prime the cooling system, and the last one will fire the impulsor.
Okay.
You will have to do them all in sequence to use the gun without killing us.
Nice.
Do you understand?
She said. He swallowed hard and took the cold control stick in his hand, closing clammy fingers around the large red trigger prongs which protruded from it. They were oddly warm.
Did you get all that?
Nerva asked again. Yes, he answered.
Okay, good. Well then, guess I better stop stalling. Listen, your name is Farnes, right?
She asked. He nodded.
Listen, Farnes. I've never actually performed the ritual of becoming, and we don't really have time for me to go through it.
I'm sorry. Thank you for the super chat, ALJ. It would be hell for me in this situation because I'm awful at socializing due to my autism. Understandable. I cannot blame you. That would be very, 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 very uncomfortable. For sure.
Not naturally, at least.
She began to explain, a chilling hesitance permeating her words. Farnes felt that chill as well, tainting his guts and freezing his spine, sending bolts of iced lightning down his fingertips. He had no idea what the ritual of becoming was, or how important it was for what they were about to try. But she seemed to think it was pretty damn important. So what does that mean? He asked nervously. Nerva bit her lip, trying to figure out how to explain it before starting to speak again.
It means that I'm going to have to dive in there. Completely.
She said. Dive in there?
Oh.
Dive in where?
Oh.
Farnes asked.
Into the machine. I'm going to connect my mind to it, and I'm not going to leave much in my body. Maybe nothing.
That's gonna be
It is not likely that I will survive doing this at all. And honestly, I'd be lucky to live through it with only a roasted cerebral cortex. But if I do manage to do this...
Yikes.
And I do come out of this alive...
she began to say, voice starting to tremble. Yes, yes?
Yeah, yeah,
He
yeah.
pressed.
Yeah?
Well, if we survive, do not tell anyone that I did this.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Okay.
She said. What? Tell them you did what?
It's okay,
Farnes
bro.
asked.
It's okay. Just don't ask.
Any of this. That I let unauthorized soldiers into the greater maintenance bays.
You're
or
stalling,
that I made
honey.
the night move without interfacing with it. Or that I tried performing this... I don't even know what to call it. All of it. Any of it. You can't tell anyone. If Omnicraden found out about any of this, he'd turn me into one of his thinking servitors or worse. This is very important. Do you understand?
She asked, voice frayed from the stress of the reveal. Well, He started.
Do you understand?
She pressed. Yes, all right. By light and faith and fire, my lips are sealed, Farnes said.
All right. Thank you.
She said. I'll see you after. He said to her, fear still obvious in his voice, but joined with a genuine hope. She smirked at that.
See you after.
She said, before going suddenly rigid behind him.
Oh.
Nerva? He asked. But the aspirant was gone, and Nerva, the prodigious apprentice of the Knights Mechanicus, charged a battlefield she could never have prepared for. And yet, charge it she did.
Very brave. Good job, honey.
Honestly, this is no way to treat a Magos! The not Magos exclaimed to no one in particular, for there was no one in particular to exclaim it to. Yes, there were the menial servitors, all 9 of them, all of whom could physically do nothing more about his complaint than drone mindlessly about the extremely basic duties that they could perform. And yes, there were also the humming, churning cogitators all around him, but while they made plenty of noise, they did not do any listening, and they rarely responded to his concerns, and that was a problem. After all, what was the point of having stolen the title of Magos if one could only exercise its authority over the mindless tools of their own craft? Even an engine seer had such privileges. And it was not as though he sought authority over others for personal pride's sake, or anything equally as base. No,
oh,
never!
No, never.
The whole universe was a grand mechanism, and for every part of it that was left out of place, the whole machine suffered further chaos. And he was certainly out of place here. Even now, as he went over the schematics for his latest pattern variant on the Taurox Trooper Carrier, he was consistently reminded of how subpar his surroundings were. He understood well enough that the jailer had little duty to the comforts of their captive, but when the jailer was keeping a mind like his prisoner, and doing so specifically for the work that mind could do, it struck the imposter priest as unforgivingly illogical to not increase the value of his captivity by making the facilities he worked within even moderately acceptable. Such thoughts drew his mind back to Call, and from him to his current quote-unquote master.
Oh.
The very man who kept him locked up.
Everyone's over here now. Interesting. We stole Belisaria's call as well, on top of Kaiva's cane.
Up here, siphoning only spoonfuls of his insight, as if secretly attempting an assassination through infliction of sheer boredom. Damn that Omnicraden! Were my true master here, he would... A sound cut through the thunking of the cogitators and the ranting of the enslaved mind, drawing his attention to the communications terminal, which sat nearby, pulsing with the odd noise. Eagerly, but carefully, the captured Magos, who was no true Magos at all, extricated himself from his workstation, drawing up his red robe once all of his mechadendrites had retracted themselves. He then made his way to the bleeding terminal, stabbing the squat device with a prehensile mechadendrite and silencing it before queuing up the caller on the screen. Current 82 Velen greeted him, his blue countenance roughed up, though, in spite of this, the blind priest curled his lips into a subtle, yet present smile.
The time has come. The self-proclaimed Archmagos has missed his pickup window, and it will be hours before the next one. If we are to relocate you and your knowledge, it must be done now.
The Electro-Priest said firmly. The captive imposter rocked back on his heels at the news.
I'm thinking.
Now? But I'm not sure I'm ready to egress. I just got this terminal secured, and I'm only 98.777 repeating % sure that I fully infiltrated my guard servitors. I've no relevant maps or navigational data of this ship beyond what's immediately around my cell. I've no idea how to reach you, or what I would do if I encountered resistance. Velen, I'm not even packed yet!
The plea had no effect on C-82.
Find a way. Use your trump card if you have to.
He said.
But Velen, we are being boarded by enemy troops. If I use my back door, it will automatically cut down the data security and firewall cohesion across the entire ship.
Again, C-82 only shrugged, seeming not to care at all.
They are boarding the ship we are attached to, actually. But even if they were not, what care have we for the security of Omni Creighton and his inquisitorial pet? Let their heresy suffer the sting of their own self-wrought sin. Do not overthink this, 84. If you do, you will not escape. Meet me in the Greater Honoring Hall as soon as you can. Current 82 Velen, out.
And with those words, the transmission went white and ended, leaving the false Magos to jitter and fuss about before finding his resolve.
All right, calm down. Just think. What would Call do? What would the true
This guy, not Call, he's someone else. Maybe he has a lot of his knowledge, but that seems weird. Anyways.
Archmagos do?
He said aloud to himself.
Well, I suppose he would have released the backdoor virus weeks ago and tried to escape on his own. Perhaps that should have been my first instinct as well. I suppose I'll do so now.
He's got the proxy.
Oh, what is the term he used? Better late than never. But what if I get lost? No, stop it. Call would not even pause at the possibility of being lost. You just blunder in and so will I, because today I escape. I decided that. Me.
The not-quite man said, puffing out his chest as much as he was able to before turning to his cogitators and extending out his many mechadendrites.
Well, I suppose it's time to get to work.
He said, swallowing hard, or rather, making the physical gesture and activating his trump card. Beside him in the room, the previously barred entryway slid open with a mechanical sigh. He gathered what things he could, and even took a deep breath as he stepped through the portcullis.
Oh, Omniscience, guide my path. I hope it won't undermine my display of resolve too much if I occasionally consult a local consul for directions.
Oh.
Damn you, innumerable heretics!
Oh.
The psychic space marine bellowed, hand extending out and becoming the origin point of an explosive wave of shrieking electricity. It ripped out across the air between the massive warrior and the two he was trying to smite, his wrath taking the form of a cavorting storm of demonic lightning. The two Jedi did not veer to avoid the coming psychic death. One of them, the alien Lasat known as Master Tapal, maintained his posture perfectly as he pulled on the librarian, while the other, the human Jedi known as Jedi Master Windu, dove in from the center and straight into the attack. As the powerful Jedi Master threw himself towards the Space Marine, he moved his mind, spirit, and blade into the now horribly familiar rotations that composed Vapad. His body seemed to collide with the ravaging waves and arcs of the attack, falling into tendrils of the dark side so thick and so dark they could corrupt the very air. But as these serpents of energy closed in on their presumed prey, the Jedi revealed himself to be the Predator, absorbing the energies and converting them into his own strength. Safran's blood iced at the sight, and he realized then that his former assessment about the warp capabilities of the Jedi had been more correct than he dared have hoped. But the moment of epiphany was fleeting, for it was not 2 seconds later that the warrior known as Mace Windu was upon him. Safran drew in his power once more, turning to the enhancements of his own body and natural abilities now that he knew the Jedi could potentially devour offensive warp arts. Even with this, however, he found himself struggling to keep his force stave between his body and the malevolent purple blade that was attempting to impale him. This man was an entirely different creature, even from the knight he had been facing before, the one known as Obi-Wan Kenobi. Where Kenobi had been a shell of unbreakable defense, this man before him now was truly the essence of offensive action. Not only fast, but strong,
they're
and not only
specialists.
strong, but unerringly accurate. This Safran learned the hard way as he was dragged forward, forced to defend himself while his footwork could not but keep him upright. While the librarian had succeeded in warning off the purple blade with wide warding sweeps of his stave, he also found himself falling victim to the very same flaw that had seen the old Jedi Master from earlier nearly crushed to death by Safran's mailed fist. Windu drew his attention with one hand while punching and striking with the other.
Wait, punching?
Initially, Safran thought to ignore the Jedi's bare-handed strikes, only to become aware of how enormous a mistake that was.
Yeah, I
once
bet
the
you he's
first
channeling a
4
force
blows
spike
had
or something.
connected. The man punched and hit like an autocannon burst at close range. But that was not all. It wasn't even the worst of it. Safran's power armor was, as its name suggested, powerful. But it was also old, ancient. A 7,000-year relic that had been only mostly maintained by his chapter. Even in such resplendent war gear, flaws were bound to occur, chinks were certain to be formed. And this man, Mace Windu, seemed to know the location of every single one.
Oh, shoot.
He did not just punch his warp-wreathed fist into the opening that appeared, but instead, he specifically funneled his damaging blows into the most vital openings, ripping at wounds inflicted on the warplate centuries past, bursting flawed seams and ceramite reinforcements, and shattering Safran's weak points wherever they presented themselves. Defending himself from these true strikes all too late, the librarian realized with a sickening sensation that the battle had just turned out of his favor. If he had known, if he had somehow been able to just anticipate such a combination, a final swing of his stave forced the Jedi Master off of his offensive, leaving the Space Marine skittering across the steel ground
Skitter mentioned. Skitter, chat. Skitter!
The second warrior. Already, Safran could tell that he had lost power in his left shoulder and arm. The servos there now locked and struggling against his movements instead of aiding them, all thanks to the Jedi Master's precise attacks. This forced him to wield his stave one-handed as he approached the second Jedi Master at rapid pace. Feet still screeching and scraping, the subtleties of stance mostly denied to him yet again. The alien released his telekinetic grip, relying on momentum to carry Safran the rest of the way as he whipped his saber staff up into a flourish. Safran's teeth bled in his gums as he clenched them, locking the staves together before taking a clothesline stroke from the alien's other arm. The librarian was pitched onto his back by the blow, releasing his stave and barely rolling out of the way before the Lasat Jedi Master buried one of his double blades into the floor where Safran had just been. He came up to his feet and backed away warily, watching as the alien yanked his weapon contemptuously from the floor, eyes fixed on the librarian. Mace Windu calmly walked back to his fellow master's side, and the two of them crouched slightly, preparing for their second assault. Saffron spat out a tooth and growled deep within his throat. Though they all looked fairly similar, clearly the span and range of these Jedi and their abilities was the essence of inconstant. In one instance, he found himself tearing through scores of them. And in the next, he was stopped by one and then nearly defeated by two. Admittedly, he was worn down from his previous feats, but he could not help but muse to himself, briefly, how many other enemies of the Jedi had found themselves in a similar trap. How many other rivals of their order
You're fighting
had tested
masters,
them
though.
and
This
come
is
to
very
underestimate
different.
them due to this very factor. The Jedi were an order of sheep, shepherded by true masters, or so it seemed. But even now, Saffron knew it would not be enough. It could not be. First, he had humored them. Then he had taken the worthy seriously. Now they pressed him into desperation, into danger, into recklessness. And while Saffron knew that he would risk failing to survive his own recklessness, he was certain that they would fail to survive it as well. He spoke no words to the masters, for this was now a true battle, and words had little place here.
Yeah.
He reached with his working arm to his opposite shoulder and jammed his fingers under the unresponsive and damaged plate. With a tug and a sigh of mechanical relief, the servos unlocked, becoming dead weight against his muscles. Withdrawing his hand, he extended his still-powered right arm out to the side, and his stave scraped from the floor behind the Jedi, spinning out towards them like the blades of a rotocopter.
Interesting.
Mace Windu and Jar Tapal both evaded the surprise attack with sidelong lunges and spins, which carried them just out of the weapon's reach as it oscillated through where they had been standing previously. The haft of the Force stave slapped heavily into the Space Marine's palm, and he took it, testing the mobility of his unpowered limb as he took the weapon in both hands and worked through a small set of quick flourishes. It would have to do. Meanwhile, the Jedi had regrouped, now extending their hands once more, grasping at him with the Force. But this time, Saffron did not wait to feel the pull. This time, Saffron came running straight for them, bloody teeth bared. His face a mask of war.
He's not going to be doing too great.
Anakin had maintained some vague hopes and suspicions about what, or rather, who he might find inside the Imperial prisoner's coffin. Perhaps a bedraggled, tortured husk of a man, or a resilient soul confined within a starved and ravaged body. As the heavy doors of the Iron Maiden-like coffin squealed open and lifted away, Anakin found himself both correct and surprised at once.
This is not going to be good.
The being he found within those cold confines of ceramite and steel was massive, and seemed composed of scarred, tortured muscles and altered, dusky flesh. As Anakin absorbed these details, he was struck at once by a terrible sense of recognition. This man was no mere man, nor even an alien of any kind. This prisoner held before him was a space marine. One of the gene-enhanced super soldiers of their enemy, and among the last things he had expected to find waiting within.
His belly button looks
eyes
weird.
widened, and then blazed
I don't know if that's just
with
me.
what little force potential he had left, enabling the Jedi to see clearly even in the poor lighting of the room. His strength in the Force was enough to reveal arcane etchings coating the prisoner Marine's dark skin. Carved across scars from countless battles while runic circles born of more recent struggles were branded into the man by the coloring of unnatural inks and fire conjoined. He had no arms, his limbs having been removed below his mountainous shoulders during his incarceration. His eyes, too, had been cut out of his skull during a similar process. The skin around those vacant pits having been stitched shut. But that was not all. Across the Astartes' bedraggled body were long, thick piercings composed of straight rods of black metal, each mercilessly inserted into his living flesh, though not in ways which would prevent his movement, at least not by much. Just looking at these metal bars made Anakin's head pound, and he was instantly aware of their bizarre nature, sensing with startling precision the effects the rods were having on the area around them.
That guy is clearly some sort of psyker, but is he chaos?
Presence of the Force could exist,
but why would they keep him alive?
Numbing it to nothing. It was not unlike the effects of a Ysalamiri, though operating on completely different principles. He moved his eyes away from the rods, feeling his own strength departing with each passing second he stared at them. Enhanced eyes shifting back towards the man's face. Held upside down as Anakin had been, without arms and with ankles bound together by closely linked chains of ceramite, the Jedi had expected the man to flop onto the ground with all the grace and certainty.
Nah, that man's gonna headbutt you.
Instead, the scarred Space Marine flexed what remained of his considerable muscles, holding himself inside the coffin for a few moments while he folded his body in half at the waist and drunkenly rolled himself forward onto his joined feet, managing more grace with the movement than Anakin had during his own release. The Astartes then slowly rose to stand, appearing powerful in spite of all the deprivations he had suffered, even as he slumped under the weight of what must have been unimaginable fatigue. In spite of that gesture, however, the Marine bore his teeth in a large tombstone smile, and soon he was speaking as well. Evidently, his tongue had not been removed, and his lips had not been sewn shut, as his eyes had.
You have my profound gratitude, stranger. I hope that you can understand my own tongue, as I very much like to converse with someone other than Thoth for a change,
said the Marine in an oddly refined accent.
You have not the bearing or the caution of an Inquisitor or his agents.
The man went on.
Am I correct in assuming a shared purpose between us?
He asked. Anakin took a half-step back, even bowed by torture and reduced as he was. The Space Marine was almost a head taller than the Jedi, and, in a million small, subtle ways, Anakin could see that the man he faced was less a man than he was some kind of bioengineered weapon. His skin was pocked with scars from other such implements and foes, both alien and unimaginable, puckered with mechanical sockets meant for weapon and armor integrations. And his entire body could be nothing but the result of intense genetic manipulation.
Hence the Audi belly button.
As he absorbed his details, Anakin found himself wondering if the man-thing which stood before him had even been the product of a natural birth. And as he did, for the briefest moment, a shadow of horror crossed over the Jedi's mind. The image of countless tanks in dark laboratories, growing these men, these things in mass, forced its way into his mind. But what terrified him about that image was not the idea that the Imperials were doing such things, but rather how easily he could see the Republic imitating them. Was this where they were headed? Had he not already seen the beginnings of this very process incarnated within the men he had come to this ship with? In the clones? In Clone Force 99 itself?
Oh.
The thought was too potent and too strangulating to handle now, and so he shoved it back, taking a deep breath before he began to speak. I can understand you. You're lucky I've always been good with languages. My name is Anakin Skywalker.
He is
and I'm
not a
general
friendly.
for the Galactic
He is not
Republic.
a friendly. Oh,
Glad as I am to lend my aid to any prisoner in need,
no.
I'm going to have to ask you something in return for my services.
Anakin
said.
This man is gonna be like, certainly, anything for you. And then he's gonna backstab you.
Huge, armless man smirked.
See? The smirk!
Well, I am hardly in any position to pay you back at this moment. However, if I can be free of this place...
The Space Marine began to say. Anakin raised his hand instinctively, making to speak, and was momentarily shocked when the man cut himself off, going silent as though he could see the gesture, which the Jedi knew he could not. Without missing the beat, Anakin spoke. Actually, you are. What I want isn't so different from what I assume the people who have you here want. I have questions I'd like to ask you. The Jedi said to the Marine. The man paused as he listened, and did not answer right away. Instead, he sniffed the air briefly, rolling a large, discolored tongue across chapped and scarred lips.
Ew.
He seemed to wait, tasting the air before nodding his head.
I see. And what if I'm reluctant to answer any questions? What if I suspect this is just another ploy to loosen my lips and to make me speak where before I was silent?
The Marine asked, arching an eyebrow over the shallow skin of one of his closed eye sockets. In response, Anakin swung his saber towards the man, bringing his weapon down in an overhead chop. The Marine tensed and leaned back to the side in an awkward retreat, narrowly dodging the humming blade with the ugly but effective maneuver. The saber came down dramatically, gouging an inch into the ground before Anakin drew it back. The Marine's feet spread into a ready crouch, a sheen of sweat slicking his head as adrenaline began to pump. Anakin noticed that the air was suddenly spiked with an acidic aftertaste, as if the man's sweat itself was a chemical byproduct of a more mechanical being.
Don't worry about it too much.
The man flared his nostrils, crouching, predatory
He will
nature
beat the crap
emerging,
out of you blind.
before relaxing as he realized what Anakin had done. If you refuse to answer my questions, Anakin said, spinning his saber back in front of him, then that will be all the help you get from me. The Jedi said with his own smirk, deactivating his saber as he spoke and half turning away from the Space Marine, whose ankles were no longer bound together thanks to Anakin's strike. Good luck breaking out of this place without us, he added, R2-D2 throwing in a whistle for effect. The Marine seemed stunned for a second, face tensing and neutral before melting into a tense smile. His tight grin revealing massive, blocky teeth, some of which were broken or had been removed.
A relevant point. I see you have some burning questions.
The Space Marine said, standing straighter once more.
And I've many answers to satiate you with, General. More than you can well imagine. But let us limit ourselves to the things of relevance, at least for the moment.
The man said, sounding only a little tired. Anakin turned back around, facing towards him fully and smiling for a moment before pausing to think. He stroked his own chin, wondering...
No, Anakin said he was a general. I had that moment there for a second. I was like, wait, who told him that Anakin was a general? Anakin introduced himself. And I'm pretty confident he said he was a general. So, it's good.
What manner of query he should prioritize, as time was severely limited. Only what he needed to know in order to understand if he could take this Space Marine with him. If he could, then he would be able to ask all the questions he wanted once they were both safe and
I don't think you
outside of
want
this
him with you.
cursed prison. Do you work for the Imperium? Are you their ally? Anakin asked. The man chuckled and shook his blind head, though that was not enough confirmation for the Jedi. Even as the Space Marine began to answer, Anakin reached out as far as he could with his limited power, limiting himself to the very edge of his surface thoughts for safety's sake. Even so, the effort made him sweat, and the Marine seemed not to notice it.
No.
The larger warrior said. Anakin focused, holding back a hiss as he inspected the Astartes' claim with the Force. The act would have been very difficult as it was, but in addition to the silenced air between them, the horrible pressure of the Force-denying field which surrounded them both, the Jedi Knight found himself having to also manipulate his influence carefully around the strange, straight bars of black metal which were inserted into the man's body.
I would keep those in his
the
body.
The horrid elements
Don't
seeking
take those
to
out.
grasp his metaphysical attempts to confirm the truth and silence them. The sensations he got from the bars were bizarre. Mechanical, yet not mechanical. There was a manufactured, almost droid-like quality to their vampiric effects on his strength, one which felt as though it went far beyond the mere mundanity of a refined ore. As he considered this, the Marine continued to speak.
I am no ally to the now fallen Imperium. Long ago, I did serve as their soldier, their killer. Now I am my own soldier, and I kill only for myself and my legion. Where once I dispensed death in the name of the Emperor, now I choose where and who is deserving of it.
I would keep him here, Anakin.
He said, and from the limited power Anakin commanded, the Jedi Knight parsed each word, looking for any sign of deception, and could sense no falseness or lies from the prisoner's claims.
And what of you?
The Marine added as the Jedi contemplated his answer. Anakin raised an eyebrow at that. What about me? Anakin asked.
He wants to know if
Are
he
you
can
a
trust you.
slave to the current Imperium? Does your Republic pay tribute to them? Do you kneel before the Golden Throne?
Oh.
The rogue Marine asked. Anakin's face grew lined, and he almost spat onto the floor, the very notion of the act bringing bile to his mouth. More shockingly, however, he felt a soft press on his senses, and began to wonder if there was not more to this man than steely muscle and iron will.
Normally I'd be like, oh, is that a reference? Iron Will, but probably not.
Whether that was truth or delusion, Anakin answered honestly. They wish. We are currently at war with them, and I'll see every blaster used up to its last bolt before I allow anything like that to happen, the Jedi Knight said, spitting the words with a true conviction. The large, armless man's smile grew a little wider at the sound of that tone, hearing the fervor in the young general's voice, and knowing it signaled fertile soil for opportunity. The crimson path would be blazed yet, and it seemed his time as nothing more than a herald was reaching its penultimate conclusion.
Oh no!
As he pondered this, the Jedi asked his next question. Whom do you serve then?
Oh no!
If not
oh, no.
the Imperium?
Oh no! Oh no!
Besides yourself, I mean. Are you a part of some larger organization or ideology? What is your legion, and where are they now? Anakin asked, his words cutting through the Marine's thoughts.
That's
Though
bad.
I serve by my own choice, I have indeed chosen a new master and a new way of being that is apart from the insanity of the Imperium. I serve the black and gold, and I am known by others of my branding as the Herald of the Crimson Path. I come before the War Master of the Imperium in order to prepare the way for my legion, the Black Legion.
He said. Anakin cringed at the words. Crimson Path, War Master, Black Legion? None of those names inspired much hope in the Republic General, and the Jedi made a mental note in that moment. Even if he did end up freeing this warrior, he'd have to be careful lest this nefariously named faction follow.
I'm sorry, it was the name that tipped you off. It was what he calls himself that tipped you off, that this guy was like up to no good. It wasn't like, you know, all the other stuff. It was his name. Because I don't know about you, in this scenario, I am 100% judging a book by its cover. 100% judging that book. This is bad. And he's like, oh, well, the name, I'm concerned because he said all of these things and that worries me. I'm like, dude, he just worries me in general. Oh. Aurelia, never judge a book by its cover. Look, I'm all for that in like general practice. In this fictional universe, in Warhammer, usually if someone looks like a bad dude, they're usually a bad dude. You can kind of tell. I don't think good guys hang the skins of their enemies from their belts. So if I see someone with the skin of their enemy hanging from their belt, I'm not gonna be like, oh my gosh, this guy's here to give me hugs. No. 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 It's a little easier to tell which guy is not gonna be nice to you. I mean, to be fair, Warhammer 40k, literally everyone's gonna suck. Everyone's gonna suck. It's a very Imperial perspective, yes. I am Imperium pilled. It's, Aurelia, the Imperium has bones on their armor for protection. Yes. But that's different from hanging bloody skin from your belt. Look, I'm not saying everyone, like, there's clearly no Rainbow Princess unicorns in Warhammer 40k, but you can kind of tell which guys are like a little extra twisted and messed up. Like they don't hide it. They don't really hide it unless you're the Alpha Legion, and then you're kind of hosed anyway. But like, guys. Oh. I'm seeing this crossover for the first time. I see we're starting off with the Horus of Star Wars. Yes, this is like episode 25, so you're a little, there's more context, but it's not great right now. Okay. I will hydrate. I'm also gonna run to the restroom really fast because this is a lot. And I drank a Mountain Dew, so there's that too. Okay. I will be right back. Right back. Like a minute or something like that. And mix up my Gamer Subs discount code Aurelia. I will be right back. Okay? Oh my gosh. This is nuts. 1 second. I'm back. I just need to prep my gamer sups. Because I want some anime girl thigh. Oh, goodness. This is so bad. They're like Crimson Path. And I'm like, well, we're hosed. Everyone's hosed here. This is bad. Bad, guys. Sounded very Valley Girl there for a second. Okay, 1 second. I'm going to shake up the gamer sups. And I don't want to bother you. There we are. Ah. Yeah, people get... You definitely don't want to trust someone that's like... I don't know. Someone came up with another example, but it's like, are you gonna really trust, like... Or can, like, the ball twister or something like that? Or even worse, like, legit, like, horrible names, like, crimes that they've done. Like, why would you trust that sort of guy? What is he gonna do? What is he gonna do? I don't know. Maybe he's gonna, I don't know. Surely not twist anything that I own. Ooh. Anyways. Look, I'm speaking facts. In Warhammer 40k, you can judge a book by its cover, and you'll probably be fine 90% of the time. And you know what? If you're wrong, and the person was actually good, well, it's probably better that you took care of it anyways. They could always betray you. Yeah, that's very different. I'm gonna go. See you tomorrow for the repo collab. Oh, thank you for stopping by, Isaac. Oh my gosh. If you have to judge a book by its cover, you're probably screwed to begin with. In Warhammer. I'm not saying... Give people the benefit of the doubt in real life. But it's a little different in Warhammer. Alright, let's continue.
In the wake of the Imperials and become a third antagonist in their war. Black Legion? No offense, but that hardly sounds better than the Imperium of Man.
Yeah.
What is the goal of your legion? What are you after? Anakin asked. The man turned to the Jedi then, angling his head as though he could see him despite the Marine's obvious lack of eyes. Anakin watched as the man's expression lost much of its levity, lines drawing over dark skin.
The Black Legion exists for a single primary purpose. We live and fight, and many times we die, in order to finally kill the Emperor of the Imperium. We exist to bring a just reckoning to the false Imperium. My brothers in black and I have a common cause to hate the corpse throne and the many tyrannies of its countless underlings. We will not cease, we will not rest, and we will not stop our long war. Not until the insanity of the Imperium is finally brought to a long and overdue end, and our War Master, Abaddon, sits the burnt throne. In short, Anakin Skywalker, the Black Legion exists to free ourselves and excoriate the filth and ignorance that rules over our galaxy in the form of the dead and mute idiot god of the Imperium.
Extreme
He
blasphemies there.
said. Now it was Anakin's turn to smile, While he could easily see that this man was no obvious friend of his republic, the animosity the Marine had towards the Imperium was a weapon of its own, and one Anakin was craving to wield. He needed more insight, more power, more ways to fight the Golden Throne in all its horrendous incarnations. And in this traitor, the Jedi General saw the potential for all of that and much, much more. All right, Herald of the Black Legion, if I free you, if I take you before the members of my council and stand for you before them, will you help me?
Anakin! They're gonna take one look at this guy and be like, bro. He's like filled with the dark side. He's filled with the dark side of the Force. Anakin, how did you not notice this? Why would we fight the dark side of the Force with the dark side of the Force? The only thing I could say is he maybe has an excuse because he is so freaking confuzzled right now. And then he's gonna be like, but I'm not a Jedi. You didn't make me a Jedi Master. And he's gonna go rogue. And nothing can go wrong. Oh no, it all went wrong. Oh, the Chaos Gods are laughing. Yeah, they're probably licking their chops, looking at this very pure universe, and like, but like, can I get some of that? I really like the screaming of innocence.
The Jedi Knight asked.
Help you what?
The Space Marine replied without hesitation. Will you help me, help the Republic, rebuff this Imperial invasion? Will you help us learn about this enemy? Will you help us crush them in battle and defeat them in this war? Anakin asked. The Marine was silent for a few moments, his face blank as he seemed to consider what few options he had left.
If you help free me from this prison, if you offer me shelter and safety from my pursuers, then yes, I will help you, General of the Republic,
said the man. The Jedi smiled and stepped forward. All right, then consider it a deal.
Oh no.
Anakin said, extending his hand out towards the renegade, only belatedly remembering that the man was armless and drawing his hand back a second later in mild chagrin. The Marine scoffed slightly and smirked a toothy, broken grin.
Did you just extend your hand?
At least he has a sense of humor.
The man asked, sounding unexpectedly amused. No, obviously not.
Anakin,
said,
you know you can't lie to this man.
I was swatting a fly. Anakin lied.
Anakin!
One last question, Herald. He added, changing the subject.
You're gonna need more
what
younglings?
Are those bars you have pierced through you?
Oh, no, Anakin, no! No, Anakin, you were supposed to shut up about them, because now he's gonna be like, Day, oh my goodness, this is so bad. Let me tell you, homie. Let me tell you, homie. This is serious. They stripped me of my powers. Could you, by chance, remove them? Can you remove them, please, so I can fight with equal efficiency? Like an idiot, Anakin is gonna do it. Hubris, my dudes.
They feel strange, unnatural, the Jedi said. The man almost seemed to look down at himself for a moment before venting out a heavy sigh.
He's already playing into it.
They're a countermeasure, a barbaric use my
I can't use my
warp-based
abilities.
abilities to aid myself. They are a brutal redundancy. I could not touch the warp in any potent or meaningful way. Not while I'm locked in this place. Even if I removed... Wait. Are you touching those bars? Physically?
The Space Marine asked suddenly. No, I'm, sensing them. I also have, warp abilities of my own. I can still use them, but only a little. Anakin said. The man looked shocked, as though he had been suddenly slapped across the face or dunked into ice-cold water.
So you are... sensing them? In here? Right now?
He asked, a touch of astonishment tinting the man's voice. Anakin nodded and scratched the back of his head. Well, yeah, right now. I did get fully cut off when I came near that crazy, whatever that woman is who's patrolling in the halls out there. Otherwise, yes, I can still feel the warp. But calling on it is like trying to suck air through a straw. I can barely manage it. Anakin admitted.
Wow, you're just gonna tell him
everything. The man paused, languishing in stunned silence for a couple of moments before shaking his head in a resigned way.
What is your ideology, General?
The Space Marine suddenly asked.
Don't
Anakin
answer that.
seemed
Don't
shocked
answer that.
by the
Don't
question,
answer that.
but answered it nonetheless. I serve the Jedi Knights of the Galactic Republic, he said.
Jedi? Did you say Jedi Knight?
The Marine asked.
Is he confused?
Yes. Do you know of us? Anakin asked back. The name seemed...
No, he's like, wait. Like, you know, you power like one of the knights, Imperial? No.
to stir something inside the man.
Oh,
But after
no,
several
no, no,
terse
no, no,
seconds,
no.
his feet sliding over the floor in an odd way, he spoke again.
No, I do not. But I thought, in any case, we should direct our attention to escaping. It is only a matter of time before we are discovered in this room and recaptured. Becoming a prisoner yourself succeeded in getting you inside this cell, but I doubt any ploy of similar direction will work to get us out.
The Space Marine said. Anakin grinned and looked down at R2-D2, who whirred in response. You could say I've got a skeleton key to this.
Anakin, you're focusing on the wrong things, my dude. Instead of really assessing who this guy is in front of you, you've decided, today, I'm going to make puns and jokes. Anakin, I'm disappointed, man.
Prison, at least for now. When you've got the strength to, I'll open the door and... The Jedi Knight began to say.
That will not work. Your man of iron may have been able to sneak in here, but sneaking both of us out will be impossible. And the instant the enemy knows I'm free, they will come for us with everything they have. It'll be far more than either of us can deal with together or alone.
The crippled Marine said. I guessed that much from the security I saw when I came in, but we have no other option. Would it be better to wait here until we are discovered naturally? Maybe overwhelm the guards? Anakin asked. The man chuckled at the idea.
As cathartic as that would be, it would get us no closer to being free. No, I think we will need a different key. Not the one at your side, but the one in your hand.
Said the prisoner, his feet ceasing their sweeps as he found the inch-deep divot in the floor, the one Anakin had left in the ground when he'd freed the Marine from his shackles. Anakin smirked dubiously at that, looking down at his saber. I suppose I could cut our way out, but how would that be any better than silently taking the door? He asked.
Because we are not heading for the exit. We are heading for an armory of sorts. But the first thing we need to do is alleviate ourselves of this psychic
They're gonna
suppression.
destroy the stone. I was thinking
In the
that was it.
center of this facility, there is a machine that suppresses our connection to the warp. Reaching it will be impossible. It's too heavily guarded, but it is also insufficient to cover the entire prison. To shore up the edges and gaps, each of these rooms is constructed with a room beneath it, where sit 3 or 4 blanks.
Oh, they're going through the floor.
Marine explained.
Oh no, they're going through the
Blanks?
floor.
Anakin asked.
Oh
They are
no.
anti-psychers, where we pull in the power of the warp and connect to it. They repel it and push it away. We need to kill them and head towards the port side until we exit the influence of the suppressor.
Said the ravaged captive. Port side. Wait, that's the opposite direction of the entrance I came in through. Is there another exit in that direction? The Jedi asked. The Marine shook his head and kept his now subtle smile.
No, there is only one fixed entrance and exit, and the suppressor sits virtually beside it.
Then why go to port? Anakin asked.
Because that is where the foul proprietor of this prison has taken my weapons. If my guess is correct, he will still have them for examination. His hubris and curiosity will be his downfall. Once I have those weapons, I will be able to create a new way out for both of us.
Anakin paused to consider it, but grit his teeth and nodded, activating his lightsaber. The blanks are directly below us? Anakin asked.
Very nearly. I will show you where to cut. We should emerge right on top of them.
Answered
He's gonna
the Marine.
headbutt them in the face.
All right, lead the way, Herald. The Jedi Knights began to say, his words scythed off by the Marine's sudden interjection.
I call you by your name. You should call me by mine.
He said, Sure, I have to admit, I half expect you to give me a number. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Some of the best men I know have numbers for names. Said Anakin. The Space Marine laughed, but there was no
There it
joy
is.
in it.
Despite what you see before you, Anakin Skywalker, I am not some tank-bred weapon, grown into a mold to be dumped onto a laboratory floor and then given a gun. I was born just as you were. My life began under the eyes of 9 burning stars on a desert world of prosperity.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was 1,000 suns.
Before I was taken, before I was promised justice and strength and a place among the stars by the false Imperium, I was given my name by a family long lost to me. I carry that name still, for it is all I have left of that life when I was but a child, but still wholly myself. I am Iskander Kaon, and I think, General Skywalker, that you will find we have more in common than you may suspect. And I may have more to teach a prodigy like you than you can possibly imagine.
Bro. This is so bad. This is so bad. Oh no. He's gonna be like, I am your new master. I'm gonna teach you the ways of the warp dark side. This is bad. This is bad. The bwahaha's from Fan. Palpatine has a rival now? Look. Palpatine might see him as a rival, but I don't think that's the other way around. I don't think that he's looking at Palpatine and he's like, yeah, this guy's he's powerful, but like, nah, bro. Did I miss something? Bad things. Just the beginning. Oh, it's not as bad. It's just the beginning. No. This is bad. He's like probing Anakin. He's like, and the Jedi Masters are gonna be like, Anakin, this dude is clearly sus. This dude is clearly sus. Why did you think this was a good idea? And Anakin's be like, he's like, bro, like, I found him. Can we keep him? He's gonna help us fight the Space Marines. Can we keep him? And their mom is gonna be like, no, you cannot. Oh, goodness. Anakin will be like, but they know how to save Padme. Oh, no. Well, Padme is kind of maybe giving birth right now. So, like, I don't know if things are, like, perfectly in chronological... Well, I imagine a lot of things are happening at the same time. I don't know if that's the case here. I'm gonna find out, I guess. Let's see, what's the next one? 1:30. Oh, man. I'm trying to figure out. I know Palpatine is much stronger than I give him credit. That's true, but this guy is, like, busted. Incredibly busted. Palpatine, no, you can't take my apprentice, no. Come on, Anakin, let's go turn Coruscant into the new Eye of Terror. Oh. He's found a pit bull named Princess. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the super chat, ALJ. Oh, no. Okay, we'll watch another one. Buckle up for 2 more hours. Hey there. Hey there. Oh, thank you, Scientific Fanfic. You have a good rest of your evening as well. Thank you so much for stopping by, and thank you for your very generous donations.
Inquisitor Tarweiler stepped out from the shadows of the now vacant outpost and into the steel shimmer of the Axumite street. He took a moment to pause and breathe in, long and deep. The rain, thick and chilling the air about him to almost freezing. It fell over his pale skin and black eyes in soaking sheets, so clean, so cold. The dead weeping of an entire world. Now, all Wyler needed to do was sabotage the central spaceport, and his box would be closed and ready to be lit aflame, with all the sacrificial fools still locked inside. His man, Major Flecken, was yet waiting at the Basilica of Salvation, ready to do his duty at a moment's notice, awaiting only Tar's command to act. Tar had done everything to ensure the man's success, and the man in question was a capable and loyal agent. He would have no trouble reaching the inner sanctum of even the most guarded place, the Inquisitor having disabled the vast majority of the security and detection systems between the Major and his goal ahead of time. And even were he to be confronted, the prized equipment he had been given before the battle would suffice to defeat any sister and cause enough chaos in the process for his duty to be done. And, as a bonus, the Major would assume that taking possession of something like a void grenade would double as an assurance of his own ultimate survival. The poor fool. The Inquisitor grinned his shark's grin, rain clattering on the white
I hate
teeth.
this guy. I hate this guy. I hate this guy. I hate this guy. He gives me the heebie-jeebies. Gives me the heebie-jeebies. I do not like him.
The Major was no doubt considering how best to preserve the use of the valuable weapon, either to keep for the future.
See, I'm judging a book by its cover, and we've confirmed this dude is like bad news. Even if he's fighting for the Imperium, he's bad news.
Or to return back for the Inquisitor's favor. What the man could not know was that, as far as Tar was concerned, that grenade had already been thrown. It was a shame to lose such a man as Major Flecken, but ultimately, pieces were meant to be exchanged, not hoarded. And the exchange was worth many times the value of the piece. This one world would set the stage for the entirety of the war to come. For here, all the most troublesome forces within his own command would die. Here, too, would he plant the seed that he would soon water and grow into the weed which would, finally, strangle the Skywatch and remove their troublesome interventionism from the board once and for all.
Oh,
Feeling
great.
a triumphant eagerness surging within
gosh.
him, it was all the tall Inquisitor could do to stifle the burning urge to hurry his two companions along as he turned back to watch. The technically excommunicated Magos and Tar's own pet Daemon host made their way out the door he had just exited through, and into the downpour. The Magos was a tall, thick, writhing mass of arms and mechadendrites. Though he hit it well with the fashion of his deep red robes, he had a centaur-like lower body, though he rarely deployed his back legs when it was not required of him. When deployed, the metal-faced, single-eyed priest of the machine god could achieve terrifying speed. Right now, however, the ancient and mostly concealed heretic Magos was taking his time, as was the monster who followed after him.
We are nearly done.
Tar Wyler yelled through the rain.
Magos, summon the gun cutter. Our next destination is the central spaceport,
he said. Omni Kraden Gamma nodded stiffly in response, the hem of his red, emerald-lined robe wagging in the downpour, mechanical eye flashing as he did as he was bid to. The Daemon host, a foul and enslaved being known as Jackaranica Centuractress Vaniac, was still contenting its attention by licking his bloody lips and fingers,
Ew.
making the Inquisitor wrinkle his nose at the beast.
Ew. Letting it lick your lips? Gross.
This, in turn, prompted the once man, now monster, to look up and sneer, licking the gore more slowly from its talons and slicing its own tongue in the process.
Oh.
Though the sight nearly drew a cringe from Tar, he affected nothing but disgust, and the host revealed nothing but sadistic pleasure in the casual attempt to disturb him.
Ew, what the actual ew? Oh, you guys are all weirdos. You're all weirdos.
Defiance is just another turn of my blade, Jackal. Do not forget, you have already earned one penance for yourself, which will be enacted when we return to the prison.
The Inquisitor warned his demonic slave. It began to growl in response, the sound like distant animal screams. But the black eyes of the Inquisitor did not so much as flinch, promising ever-mounting punishment before the vile unthing collapsed to its knees and cowered in open submission. Tar flashed a shark-toothed smirk and turned away from it, his mind consumed with thoughts of the future and all its treasures. The gun cutter arrived soon after, slicing through the falling rain and smothered light with the loud roaring of burning thrusters. The jagged craft screeched overhead and began to circle, looking for a clear place to set down. The Inquisitor found a deep frown setting onto his maligned features, regarding the meandering form of his ship with a growing suspicion. He and his entourage were standing beside a clear stretch of road, easily large enough to accommodate the gun cutter's length and width. So why not hurry up and land here?
Magos, connect my Vox to the captain. The longer he spins in the air, the more chance there is that he, and thus we, will be noticed.
Tar said, turning once more to regard the tech priest. There was a pause then, and after a time, Omnicraden answered in a way which chilled the blood of even Inquisitor Tar Weiler. Response.
Negative.
Communications.
L.
Oh
18.7
no.
seconds ago. Captain Sol Van Rierenlo is currently
Unreachable.
I think he's
droned
gone.
the Forbidden Magos.
So we have no access to our own Voxnet at this range?
Asked the Inquisitor.
No, obviously he's gone.
Response.
Affirmative.
We do not.
The Inquisitor paused briefly then, breathing in once more, but this time sniffing the moist air like a weary hound. His mind put together the clues he had access to even as his nose began to pick up the faint whiffs of ozone, burning, and blood. A spike of adrenaline heated him, and he snapped back around to fully face Omnicraden.
Get back inside the outpost, both of you!
He ordered, black eyes darting.
Make haste! We are about to be...
He began to say, suddenly silenced by the searing howls of blaster fire. The Inquisitor whipped around at the sound, drawing his thin-bladed sword from its sheath in one fluid motion as he invested it with the power of his mind, making the blade a focus point for his tremendous psychic might. He slashed the air, the wave of power which followed the wake of his sword emanating out and colliding with a sudden torrent of blue and green bolts, scattering the blaster fire in a spray of energy and smoking rain.
Yeah, I really hope the clones get him.
Following the unexpected hail of near death and audible even through the consistent drone of the rain and distant thrum.
Yo, welcome, Sotek. Can we get a shout out for Lore Master of Sotek, please? Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Aurelia Tempris, a Warhammer 40k VTuber and variety streamer. Today, we are watching Star Wars vs. Warhammer 40k, which is very, very good. It's by a fan with too much time, and he does an amazing job. I highly recommend you guys check him out. He's awesome. Welcome in, Raiders. What were you up to today for stream? What were you guys doing? What were you up to? Anything fun? I know, I think so. Yeah, next week, Sotek and I are getting together for another collab. We're finally gonna play with the characters we intended to the first time, so should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. That should be next Thursday. It'll be great. Oh, thank you too, Bright. Thank you for linking, fan. I appreciate it. What were you guys doing? I must know. You must tell me. Ooh, just stretched my back and it popped. Just memes. Was there a raid on the YouTube side too and I didn't see it? YouTube is really weird about raids. Huh. I don't know why, but if you did raid on the YouTube side, hello raiders over there too. YouTube's really like finicky. Oh my gosh, you totally raided. What the heck? I just looked at my CCV and it hopped up quite a bit. Hello, I'm so sorry. I didn't see the raiders on the YouTube side. That's quite a lot. Quite a lot of you. This is such a very, very good series. Yes, we're here raiding your crops, pillaging the land. Don't pillage too hard. Don't pillage too hard. Okay, just memes. What kind of memes? Were they just regular Warhammer memes or Warhammer 40k meme? Well, probably not Warhammer 40k. Warhammer memes or regular memes? Send me memes. I crave and desire every meme. Maybe not every meme, most memes. But in any case, welcome in. Thank you, SoTech, for the raid. I haven't seen any... I didn't see any of his messages come through. Thank you for the raid. Raiders, if you need to sleep, if you need to eat or go to bed, feel free to step away. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you guys had a good time. And yeah, next Thursday, we are going to be doing another Total War collab. It's gonna be awesome. You can pillage a little, just as a little treat. How about that? Just as a little treat. All kinds of memes, historics, Warhammer 40k, or Warhammer Fantasy. Okay, sounds like a good time. I need to step up my meme game. I've been slacking as of late. Yeah, if you're on the YouTube side, a fan with too much time, creator of this series, is in. So if you click on his icon, you can see all of his videos. You should 100% go and follow him. It's amazing. And I get to sit here and enjoy all of it, and then I make dumb jokes. And it's been very obvious that I've been making very dumb jokes today. So we are going to continue. Some clones are about to take out, hopefully, this very, very creepy Inquisitor with shark teeth. It's very concerning.
Drum of thunder was the blood-curdling roar of thousands of enraged clone troopers. Tarweiler craned his head and watched as a white and yellow horde of false men came pouring over the lip of a nearby suspended avenue, which hung above and slightly to the north of their current location. The clones were coming down almost right on top of them, and the mad replica had not stopped blasting. The Inquisitor became a blur of motion, sword and power whipping out and driving away the deadly lines of plasmic weapons fire. Go! He ordered, voice frantic as he did his work. In response, the Daemon host wrapped its arms around Omnicraten Gamma's midsection, pulling itself and the Magos into the dark confines of the outpost, the door slamming shut after them. Relieved of his burdensome charges, the Inquisitor leapt to the right and began to dodge and duck the shots that came for him. The Replicate forces were descending rapidly, desperately even, and already those carried aloft by jetpacks were directly contending with him, swooping low and close as they discharged their weapons. Tarweiler reached out with one hand, a gesture he used to channel his psychic powers, snatching one of the flying clones out of the air with invisible fingers. The false man hung, jets burning as he flailed and kicked in the air, though he could struggle only briefly. Weiler waved his hand, swinging the Replicate warrior across the air, catching 4 other flying troopers in a veering
combat
line
in here.
as he used the initial warrior as a lethal projectile.
These
but
guys
the
are
clone's
busted.
brothers gave answer right away, homing in on the man and beginning to swarm. Tarweiler bounced torrents of blaster bolts back all the while, aiming to strike the Republic army which was ambushing him, but finding himself becoming outpaced and overwhelmed by the sheer sudden numbers which came for him. Additionally, the replicae seemed possessed by a fervor and frenzy that the Inquisitor had not expected to find amongst the limp wills born
I think
from
these were the guys that looked into the vortex grenade and basically saw insane things.
pale, cloned
To say the least.
flesh.
Don't stare into the
Furthermore,
warp,
he had
it'll
planned
stare back at you.
everything about this plan,
Badly.
and had replanned each time he had received
Mm-hmm.
the opportunity to view the current situation in any broad sense. And from that planning, Tarweiler knew that these clones in particular should not be here. They should have been stationed at the park to protect the Republic's artillery support.
Eh.
That army
kind of
somehow
going
arriving
crazy.
here made absolutely no sense
They did
whatsoever.
eat all the cornflakes.
They would not abandon their positions, and the Imperial forces sent to stop them would not be enough. He knew this. And yet, here they were, fouling his designs. He ripped a dozen clones from their lines, tossing them into the yawning void between the elevated platforms and streets, before cooking 3 more jet troopers
They saw
mid-flight with a
all the
redirected
things,
scattering
yes.
of blue plasma. Weiler activated another one of his precious digital weapons, issuing forth a lance of strafing black light from a bejeweled ring he wore on his free hand. But
Ooh,
as he
whoa.
watched the energy rip mercilessly into the charging clones, he realized that he could not hope to kill them all, and his attempts at forcing them to rout, or at least cease their advance, had been revealed to be blatantly fruitless endeavors. These replicae had been driven raving mad, a point emphasized a moment later when 4 of the jetpack-mounted troopers
It'd be bad if they started yelling Horus, right?
drove straight down into the
Just what
Inquisitor,
this reminds me of.
each carrying a stolen Imperial weapon in their hands. They flew in for him like competing buzzards, their knives, swords, and axes falling upon Tarweiler from all directions.
Get 'em, boys.
The hubris of it scalded Tarweiler nearly as much as its effectiveness. As he found his sweat mingling in thick rivulets with the rain, before he scattered it, driving up his own abilities as he accessed more and more of his hidden warp strength. He bent his body, as well as the fabric of reality, as he slipped and slid around the 4 strikes. His black blade licking out across arms and shoulders like a serpent's flickering tongue. Their weapon-bearing limbs came away in arcs of red and white. And as the replicae reeled back, Tarweiler pursued, taking the heads off 3 shoulders.
I want them to
shocked
take this guy
find
out.
his
This
4th
Inquisitor
strike
is
evaded.
very suspicious.
The clone there ducked his sword and, with his remaining left arm, caught the falling axe he had been holding with his now severed right arm and slashed. The following parry sent the Inquisitor stumbling,
oh.
his sudden lack of balance haunting him instantly as he felt pain and heat blossom across his back, shoulder, and left knee. He was sent to the ground, barely maintaining his grip on his weapon, whipping the blade about wildly as he fended off the continuing raining assault. He tried to rise, but was too busy preserving himself from death by blaster to stop the one-armed clone from running him down, kicking him hard in the chest with an amount of strength he simply could not have had.
Bro, that's nuts. Yo, Sotek, there you are. I was wondering where you were. I was like, normally you send a message when you raid. Hello, I hope you're doing well. The stream is going great. Thank you for the raid on both sides. I didn't quite catch it on YouTube right away, but thank you so much for the raid. We're watching Star Wars versus Warhammer 40k. I was ordering dinner. Oh, in that case, eat your dinner. Order the dinner. I gotta eat after this. But no. I was like, where'd he go? Where'd he go? I was telling them about our collab on Thursday. I don't have it on my schedule yet. I don't have it on like a published schedule, but I was telling them about our collab on Thursday, and I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be a lot of fun to finally play with Imric and to play with the dragon guy. I love me some dragons, so I'm really looking forward to it. Since I had a good time last time. Wait, what? I didn't realize he was considered a femboy, which I guess it's hard to tell underneath all that armor. It's hard to tell underneath all that armor. I wouldn't have guessed. I just thought he was like just a regular muscular dude, but good to know. Good to know. I'm writing that down. But yeah, we're watching this this series. It's very, very good. I feel like every male elf is a femboy, depending on how you feel about things. No. Legolas isn't a femboy. Legolas is not a femboy. His dad isn't a femboy. They're like... No, they don't give me femboy vibes. Legolas was like... I don't know. No, I'm not saying Legolas is not a femboy. He's a pretty boy, yes, but femboy is stretching it. I agree, yes. Who knows? I don't know enough about Imric. I will call you the expert on Warhammer fantasy, all things that. So if you say he is, then he probably is. Imric would fall under pretty boy probably then. Oh, okay, cool. You're the expert. I take your word for it. I was just surprised because I was like, oh, he didn't give me that vibe. I was gonna say, I don't know. I don't know too much. Elrond ain't androgynous. That is true. Elrond is a cool dude. And he is not a fanboy. His supreme forehead is very supreme and severe forehead, yes. Yeah. What are we watching? We're watching A Fan with Too Much Time. That's the name of the creator, made Star Wars versus Warhammer 40k. Basically, what would happen if a small, in air quotes, contingent of Warhammer 40k characters and armies made its way into the Star Wars era, specifically during like the Clone Wars era. So it's very cool. So the purpose of this whole series, it's very, very good. Fans' whole thing is focusing on telling a good story, not like, oh, because in some ways Warhammer would be better than Star Wars, obviously, but it's more focused on making like a compelling story and trying to be consistent-ish with the lore, is like as consistent as you can be when you have very different like weapons and technologies that have not mixed before. So it's really good. It's more narrative than an actual versus battle. Correct. Yes. That forehead saved Middle Earth. I mean, it did. It did. So that's what this is. So we're on episode 26. It's very good. I highly recommend it. If you watch it on your own time, it's very good. Mm-hmm. That's definitely a better way to approach things. I agree. This is like, we win as the readers. 26? No, they're okay. Look, hang on. There's 20. I'm on episode 26. They're all like an hour long. He really does have too much time. He does. Okay. Currently, there are 46 episodes. I don't know why this one shows I was like watched all the way. I didn't watch this. No. And so their next episode is coming out, I think I saw in the chat, next week. And it's supposed to be a very long one. Because see, like, this one is 2.5 hours. But yeah, it's really cool and it's really good. It's really, really good. So we'll continue with it, because this is, oh my gosh. It's fantastic.
Tarweiler slid back, his transit across the wet steel street fueled by the force of the replicate's blow, coming to rest only once his back collided with the wall of the outpost. He felt heat spill over his lips as he coughed blood onto his pearly white shark's teeth, and squinted through the rain and the sudden pain of several broken ribs to look up at the clone who was menacing him. The Inquisitor found a brief reprieve from the blaster fire of the others, and the one-armed clone stood over him, shielding him in his shadow. Tarweiler growled through stained fangs and made to lift his sword, but the clone stomped on his hand, pinning it down and breaking some of his fingers, kneeing the Inquisitor in the face.
Get him! Get him! Get him!
The Imperial gasped under the force of the blow, feeling a tooth chip before he was backhanded, hard with the remaining clenched fist of the replique, which still held tight the power axe it had looted. Tar spat more blood and coughed.
One thing you will learn that as you watch this, like, you might want to root for the Imperium, you might root for Star Wars, but you kind of find yourself, like, all the people you just don't like, you're wishy-washy when it comes to which side you prefer to like, win.
Crying out in defiance as the axe swung up and came down, burying itself deeply into the wall beside the Inquisitor's head.
Finish him!
He felt the pressure lift from his broken
Thank you,
hand,
Sotek!
and his
Enjoy your
sword
dinner.
being kicked away as thick armored fingers wrapped around his throat and
Get him!
lifted.
Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him!
The replique was shorter
Make the blood
than
flow.
Tarweiler, yet left him dangling as he lifted the Inquisitor up into the rain. The clone wore no helmet, and from his eyes seemed to pour a steady stream of red blood. But it was not this, nor even the continuing flow of crimson essence which exited from the replique's missing right arm, which most concerned the Inquisitor. It was the burning, flaring orange and red malice which he saw glowing like embers in the false man's eyes.
Chaos!
Yep.
Tarweiler managed to choke past Grit.
It has now
bleeding
entered
teeth.
this world, for sure now.
Acting with the typical arrogance of the great enemy, the clone confirmed his suspicions, the red blood pouring out from his shoulder, congealing and thickening, becoming red bones, then sinew, and then reddened skin, all before their eyes. The clone seemed almost as shocked as Weiler was, opening and closing his new muscular limb before taking it and wrapping his freshly forged fingers around Weiler's throat, drawing him in closer towards the replique's bleeding
Get him,
face.
please.
He did not speak, and yet one word resounded so loudly within the mind of the transformed clone that Tarweiler could not help but hear it echoed within his own.
Blood.
A call, a summoning, a name. A fell name. A daemon's name. But not a daemon that the Inquisitor knew anything about.
Ooh.
The name was powerful, primordial, yet alien and unknowable.
Oh,
It was
it's
a name
new
which held
chaos
within it
god.
thousands of years of intense conflict, malice, and boundless,
Oh,
thirsting
no.
ambition. The name pressed into him mentally as the fingers around his throat dug deeper and deeper into his pale skin. Tar groaned, resisting both with his psychic might, yet finding that to halt the progress of one, he needed to permit the advance of the other.
Oh.
His mind alone was not a great enough force to overcome the hands of this cursed clone and the weight of its new malign god at once. He felt his strength failing and tried to call out, only for his voice to catch in his throat, unable to force itself up and out of his paling lips. The replique grinned its own red monster's grin before it was suddenly struck hard across the face, its head snapping back violently as a bolt round took it in the temple, before a line of more micro-missiles
Look, I don't
ran
like
down
chaos,
its
but I
body,
want that
each
guy
exploding
gone.
loudly.
Gone.
The clone was sent sprawling, as was Tarweiler, though, to the Inquisitor's credit, he rolled himself into a low crouch, psychic force freezing and deflecting the rain which fell on and around him. The replique around him raised rifles and began to fire, but not at him. The gun cutter swung in the air, engines scorching the rain into thick mist and steam, its turrets laying fire into the mass of clones. Bolters and heavy bolters on full blast. even this carnage did not dissuade the Republic warriors, who only roared back at the flying craft as they leveled rifles and returned fire. The Inquisitor did not allow shock to stun him for long, calling his sword back into his grip, holding it now in his left hand to spare the broken digits on his right, before getting up and running to skid and shelter behind a sloped embankment beside the outpost. He felt a cold, defeatist shiver run through his body as he flipped himself around and looked up.
Man.
Body flat against the side of the slope as he watched the cutter, hull blazing and guns firing erratically, spin out of the air above him and crash somewhere across the avenue from him, its collision rocking the suspended street. He tightened his grip on the blade in his hand, waiting and watching grimly as the rounded, white silhouettes of the replicate began to crest the lip of the embankment, long rifles aimed down towards him. Their white and yellow helmets shone in the dim light that penetrated the curtain of rain, glowing more brightly as shining, arcing balls of light came into view over their shoulders. The replicate seemed to pause to observe these, and the Inquisitor grit bloody, broken teeth and took advantage of the second he was given, punching up with his broken hand and angling to fire another digital weapon. Yet before he or the clones above him could open fire, another hail of weaponized death crashed into the false men standing at the lip of the slope, scorching and burning them, forcing the clones back. The sudden volley of last fire had the Inquisitor spinning around, his wide black eyes reflecting the sight of speeding chimeras and running guardsmen, who hit the base of the embankment at a run, charging or rolling up with the roar of engines and the war cries of humanity.
They're now going to know that chaos is involved.
The Inquisitor was stupefied. He had no idea who these people were even supposed to be. How could he have misplaced the position of yet another armed force of this size? The whole affair had him questioning how in control he really was. The sentiment only deepening as he heard the precise words of their war cry. For the Emperor! For the Imperium! For Saint Gaxian! They screamed into the rain as they poured in from around him, almost trampling tar in their haste to meet the enemy in battle. One of them did stop, looming over the Inquisitor, the tall silhouette denoting the man as a commissar. The red-garbed man reached down, taking the Inquisitor roughly by the forearm and hauling him up to his feet. Inquisitor Tarweiler, I presume, the man said. The Inquisitor nodded his head, standing up straighter and spitting to the side before responding in earnest.
Indeed, you have my gratitude, Commissar.
Terandor, the man said.
Terandor? As in, Command Squad Terandor? Weren't you and your whole column...
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore.
The Inquisitor began to say. Annihilated? Very nearly, Inquisitor. Very nearly. But no. As you can see, we still live. And we are still fighting.
Yeah.
We'll try to secure the crew of that cutter we saw go down, but no promises. The Commissar said, striding forward and past the Inquisitor, power sword drawn, bolt pistol held tight in his other hand.
Wait, Commissar! Make sure to keep your men out of that outpost. That's an order.
Tarweiler said to his back. Terandor paused then, but did not turn back around. Acknowledged, Inquisitor. Will you be requiring anything else? He asked.
Yes,
Weiler said, raising his voice to be heard as another chimera creaked and wheeled up and past them to engage the enemy.
Who or what is Saint Gaxian?
Don't worry about it.
How much Vadatek? The leader of Clone Force 99 asked. The wary clone commando subtly scanned their surroundings again as the four continued to follow the thumping, clunking wake of their hijacked servitor. Tech stood just behind it, holding a datapad which was linked into the back of the machine man's skull, viewing the contents of its mind, such as it was. He'd found that by
Quite-
doing
quite
this
actually.
and fiddling with its thoughts for a bit, the brainy clone was now able to
Looking
control
into
the
its
droid
mind.
man almost as efficaciously as General Skywalker had. It also allowed him to view the route they were being taken down. The squad was inside a narrow hallway, wide enough for the three of them to walk abreast. They passed in twos with the servitor leading the way. They would occasionally pass a few servants or crew, but they went mostly unnoticed, and thus far were unquestioned. Gradually, they were finding themselves among more and more red and bronze effigies and icons, the symbol of a human skull split halfway between
cog.
being bone and cybernetic being one of the most common. Are you sure you should be doing that so openly? Crosshair asked, just less than calmly. The common crew and inhabitants of the ship seem utterly unconcerned, and, indeed, frightened by machines and technology. They did not question R2-D2, and I doubt they will question this, Tech said, speaking as though he were helpfully informing the cantankerous sniper. Doubt? Well, that sounds like strong judgment when it comes to risking our cover. The tall clone snapped back. We needed a way to control the droid man now that the general went off on his own. Deal with it, Crosshair. And Tech, what about that ETA I asked for? Hunter said, interjecting before Wrecker thought of something unhelpful to add. The clones smiled and stood back as they rounded a corner. I think we are just about here, Sergeant, Tech said. Before them, the corridor widened and ended with an enormous door. It was massive, metal, and engraved in glorious fashion with the half-metallic, half-organic skull symbol they had found before. But they were not alone. Two droid men, much like the one who guided them, were stood to either side of the doors. Aside from being larger, these two new examples of the machine men differed in that they seemed primed for combat. Both having an excess of red armored plating and both wielding sparking, club-like weapons at the end of each arm in place of hands. What
Or just
now?
guard servitors.
Asked Crosshair.
Usually Skitari
Simple.
does
I'll
the
simply
fighting,
allow
though.
our half-machine friend here to continue on his way and grant us access. Those two guards up there ought to allow him and us to pass unmolested. They better not molest us,
Oh,
Wrecker
God.
said with a brutish laugh, clapping his fist against his palm. What makes you so sure they won't get in our way, Tech? Hunter asked as they continued to approach. Well, our
This is good art
guide is
of
returning
Hunter.
here naturally, so I imagine he's allowed. As for us, I've noticed that, just like our droid man, all others we've seen thus far are subservient to humans, or at least ignore them. Without someone here to signal us out, or some alarm to let them know something is amiss, they will probably just let us go through, Tech explained. Hunter watched the two sentinels they were approaching, noting how their heads seemed to smoothly and mechanically track their approach. And you're certain about that? Hunter asked.
You
Tech
guys are
shrugged in
talking
response.
quite a lot
Probably.
right before these guards.
Hunter sighed at that answer and lifted his hand, signaling silently for Crosshair and Wrecker to hang back, which they did, both shouldering their weapons. Okay, Tech, unplug from that thing for now, Hunter said softly. Tech looked at him with a perplexed expression. Whatever for? He asked. Because I don't think it's a good idea to be right next to him while he opens that door. So hang back with me. We'll catch up if it all looks up to standard, Hunter said. Tech shrugged, but did as ordered, unplugging his datapad from the back of its neck and allowing the servitor to progress several feet in front of them before resuming his approach. The guards tracked their guide, following the closest person to the door, but did nothing as the droid man trundled up to the access panel in the front of the entryway, using a jack on his sucking arm to interface with it. Hunter and Tech stood back, waiting, their brothers doing the same behind them. Some time passed, and then there was a chime, and the door hissed and slid open. Tech
This will
smiled.
prove to be interesting
See,
if he lets
nothing
them in.
to worry about, he said as he started forward. He was halted as the two sentinel droid men to either side of the door unleashed horrible half-man, half-mechanical screams and leapt from their positions, both landing near their brainwashed guide. The trash-sucking droid man was beheaded by the first sparking strike of the assailing mace hands. But the two attackers did not stop after just that, ruthlessly beating the docile man-machine into sparking paste before jerking their faces, each one crammed with optic sensors, in the direction of Clone Force 99.
Yep.
Trashy, no!
Oh gosh.
Wrecker cried
no,
from behind
not,
the first
not,
two clones.
No, Wrecker, why?
In the same moment, the large metal doors began to squeal and slowly close behind the pair of hostile servitors. Go now! Hunter yelled, drawing his vibroblade and dashing forward. Clone Force 99 moved not a heartbeat behind, Tech drawing his blaster pistols, and all four charging down the hallway towards the droidmen, even as the droidmen wheeled about, charging them back an instant later. Bird-like mechanical legs stomped in terrifying tandem as the servitors came for them, side by side. Mace arms held up and out to swing. Tech opened fire, but found his blaster bolts bouncing and glinting off the thick red armor the two droid men were encased in. Crosshair, running while sighting down the targets on his scope, saw and noted that, also noting that they were not armored in their entirety. Their ears seeming to be a spot of lessened armored protection. Factoring that into his approach, he tossed out his thumb-sized deflector discs, sending out the small, magnetized plates like shuriken, adhering them to specific spots along the wall. He hardly waited after tossing before firing his shots, aiming at the discs he'd thrown, causing his blaster bolts to bounce off the walls on either side of them. The blaster bolts went wide before bouncing back in, striking both servitors on the outward-facing sides of their heads almost simultaneously. Armored enough to survive the shots, but not enough to avoid staggering and crashing into each other. Hunter and Tech made running leaps, clearing the man-machines in a single bound. Hunter taking the head off of the leftmost one in the process with his vibroblade, cutting through the thing's craned neck with one precise slice. Crosshair likewise leapt over the heap of man-machines, the single intact servitor managing to rise halfway to its feet, before Wrecker kicked it in the head. His Katarn-class battle armor cracking loudly against the ceramite plating of the servitor just before its head was sent careening into the ceiling.
That was for Trashy!
Wrecker spat.
Oh gosh, Wrecker.
Wrecker, hurry up or you'll end up like Trashy.
Crosshair called,
that's a
getting
good
the
point.
big man's attention just in time. The large doors slid shut a second after Wrecker squeezed past, the four taking quick stock before looking around. The area around them was vast and seemed like some chaotic mishmash of a religious temple and a mechanic's bay or laboratory. The ceiling was high and the space was crammed with arcane machinery, leaving all four clones gawking for a couple moments.
Whoa, I bet I could make a really loud echo in here, said Wrecker.
What now? Asked Crosshair. Good question. Tech? Added Hunter. Tech seemed almost lost as he observed the area, data streaming across his goggles in thick, revealing trails. Tech? Hunter asked again. What? Oh, right, the brainy clone said, snapping back to the mission. Now we find an access terminal, and find out where they are controlling the bomb on an axis. Then we disable it, recover the general, and extract, he informed. Right. Stay close and keep your eyes sharp. Just finding the general after this is going to be a chore. So let's not waste any time. Let's locate that access terminal, said Hunter, and without another word, Clone Force 99 proceeded into the bizarre machine temple.
Oh no, not this again! No! Oh.
Void yourself, said Shala, her voice loud enough to be heard over the sense.
Guys, it's the chick! It's the chick! I used this art in the, oh my gosh. In the Choose Your Own Adventure, it's the chick! Oh my goodness. I know this art anywhere. That's funny. The forehead chick, yes. The forehead chick. I forgot her name myself. The forehead chick.
Senseless bleeding of the dampeners which sat nearby.
Oh no,
The
she's
screeching
hot.
voxes forced most words to be understood by lip reading, but not those words. "Oh, come on, Shal, you lost fair and square," said the sneering, one-eyed man who sat across from her. "Void your self," she repeated, enunciating visibly and strongly with each word, making sure Gojin could read her lips. Shala's cold eyes regarding her fellow blank with nothing short of obvious contempt. "Well, you did agree to strip if you lost the game," said Jogna, the broad woman smiling no less lecherously than one-eyed Gojin. Shala's face reddened the barest amount. She was reminded again, as she almost constantly was, of what the others in her unit preferred to and were encouraged to do whenever not on duty. Normally, just the sight of her would repulse other beings, and touching her was a cold experience, no matter how warm she actually was. But not here.
Well, the blanks are having fun, I guess.
Blanks could not feel their own blankness, and so it followed that they did not feel that of others either. And placing a bunch of touch-starved degenerates like them in one place was already an open invitation to the collapse of all moral and physical discipline. Throw in the fact that their inquisitorial sponsor actively encouraged such practices, and the result was obvious. Shala and Jogna were the only two females
that
left in the unit
huh?
who were not on maternity leave.
Yep.
While Shala did not shun intimacy herself, she had no interest in playing the role of an anti-psyker broodmare for Inquisitor.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, do they encourage it so they could have more blanks? That is messed up, and no, we're not gonna talk about that. No, don't ask those questions.
Weiler. And even if she did want to experiment with that kind of experience, Gojin was among the last of all human beings on her list of all possible people that she would ever share a bed with. Maverick, R9, and Jolus were not far behind on that list either. Mercifully, only Maverick was present from that mismanaged compilation of character flaws. As for Jogna, she was still here because she had no interest in men, but a very particular interest in Shala. She felt a shiver cleave its way down her spine as Jogna licked her lips.
Ew! Oh gosh! Never do that! Never do that! If you're ever, like, into someone, don't lick your lips after, like, that's gross. Ew! Oh my gosh! That's...
No, I did not. Shala said in defense of herself, speaking coldly and logically. Gojin suggested it. You agreed and pushed me into this chair. Then Maverick tossed out hands to everyone, and you both told me we were playing 7 Stakes, when we were actually playing Fortress. Shala explained curtly. Maverick's bespectacled face bounced up from his cards, looking confused and dismayed all at once.
Oh my gosh,
Wait,
everyone.
We're not playing 7 Stakes? He asked no one in particular. Shala felt her hand slap her face, palm resting over one eye. No, you must have misheard it. Damn dampening voxes, lied Gojin, laughing, adding his own horrid noise to the constant sound. Shala closed her eyes and took a breath, letting the cacophony eat up everything else, turning the chaos into tranquility, at least for a few seconds. She knew the logical explanation for the Vox dampeners. They existed to prevent any of the prisoners above them from screaming or transmitting any sound that could reach them. Her mind was warded from direct psychic information, but there were many things in the great void of creation that mankind was never meant to know. She actually appreciated the precaution when she had first been recruited. Now, she often found herself wondering what would actually drive her mad first. The discordant sounds firing from the Vox, or an actual eldritch secret. Unfortunately, she had also concluded that it was a moot point, since she would be driven to a bloody rampage by her companions far before either of those two options could rend her mind. She opened
That's
her
fair.
eyes,
I would
returning
feel
to the irritating
the same.
chatter she had been forced to be a part of, only to find herself staring at something she did not understand. Gojin was gasping, coughing. The smell of burning human began to filter into the room. Gojin sat directly across from her. His chair almost leaned against the wall, the emergency alert switch sitting beside his head. A large, red button adhered to the steel behind him by wires, cables, and metal paneling. There was something coming out of the wall now, piercing through the back of Gojin's chair and through his chest. A blue beam?
That's bad.
It was like a humming
Bad for them.
bar
Good
of
for Anakin.
energy. Like a blade of melta discharge held suspended in time. But one thing was clear, and becoming clearer by the second. It was killing Gojin.
Yep.
The sound from the Voxes was such that Maverick and Jogna, who had been staring at her, had not even noticed the emergence of the blade until it looped in a circle, slicing open the wall of the room and taking off Maverick's arm at the shoulder as it did. Gojin died, falling into 4 pieces as he was bisected and delimbed by the weapon's arc.
4
His
pieces.
upper torso falling forward onto the table and cards, his lower parts remaining seated as his arms dropped away, single eye wide and blind as he collapsed. Jogna kicked back and away, her trained muscles cording in learned behaviors and moving before any of them. Maverick followed, falling out of his chair, screaming his lungs raw as he hit the ground and flailed mindlessly, cupping the burnt stump of his severed arm, legs kicking as his eyes rolled in pained frenzy. Shala, for her part, was frozen by the whole event. What was happening? They were under attack? Why had the attack come through the wall and not the ceiling? Her thought process was cut down as the blade withdrew from the molten circle it had
they
carved.
thought about that.
The slice then ejecting outward, blowing Gojin's scattered pieces away, along with the table and chairs they had been sitting at. She would have been among those things that were tossed aside, had Jogna not grabbed her roughly by the hem of her uniform and hauled her out of the path of danger. Shala flinching at the sensation of the wind whipping off the makeshift metal battering ram that had nearly crushed her. Maverick rose then, still screaming as he pounded his fist into the alarm button on the wall, slamming it again and again.
Oh.
But no alarm sounded. The box had been nearly bisected by the blade of blue light which came through the wall, and the damage had been sufficient to disable the button. Still, there was another button in the room. Shala felt herself thinking distantly. Another alarm switch by the door. But she had barely finished thinking that before they were under attack again. Maverick folded in half, sliced all the way through by a man holding a blue blade.
Ooh.
A scar under blonde hair, eyes fierce and almost luminous. He whipped his arms around, his blade of heretical light scything through the surrounding dampeners and bringing them to silence. "Get the alarm! Get the alarm!" Jogna bellowed, tossing Shala backwards towards the door as she reached for the pistol and knife at her belt. She managed to get her blade free, raising in time to watch it be hacked in half by the strike of the intruder, who cut through the steel effortlessly, dividing Jogna's face in half with the same movement, and killing her instantly. But Shala did not see that happen, scrambling on her hands and knees towards the door, breath rasping out of her in desperation.
Well,
The Jedi behind her had time to react, to throw his saber to intercept, but hesitated at the notion of striking a crawling, helpless combatant from behind. That moment of morality was all Shala needed to activate the alarm. But while Anakin hesitated,
I was gonna say,
did not.
Kaon is gonna be like, all right,
Emerging from the
I
hole in
like
the wall
taking
like a
out
raven's
civilians,
shadow, the armless
innocent
Marine
people.
sped from the breach at an unnatural pace, catching her head between his
Oh,
splayed
oh my
toes
gosh,
and
oh, that's
slamming
worse,
it
that's
into
worse,
the
that's
wall,
worse.
dazing and pinning her there. Kaon
That is worse.
balanced on one foot, his other raised, dexterous beyond
Oh,
what
not
most
the
would expect of a
toes.
creature so large and so wounded to be capable of. She grunted in pain, teeth clenched together, hard breaths gusting spit and drool from her mouth as his foot crushed her
Well,
against
she's a
the
guard,
wall.
but ew.
She opened bleary eyes, and there could see it, the button,
Forgive me, Shala.
said the fallen Astartes,
Oh,
the
he
literal
knew
demon who held her
her
tight
name.
between the digits of his feet.
Ew.
Had I arms, my balance would have allowed me to crush your skull instantly. There would have been no pain. But I'll do my best to make it quick.
Oh,
He said.
How nice of you.
Her heart was painfully pounding in her chest, her blood ice and fire conjoined by sheer, unspeakable panic. But through it all, she could see it. The button. The alarm. She reached for it
I'm
with
sorry,
her free
he's gonna
hand,
get you.
and Kaon twisted his foot. Crack!
Oh.
Shala's arm fell limp, far short of her goal, and the sense of her body left her. But she did not die. Still seeing from her eyes, neck broken, but still alive, a new utter horror began to fill her up. Kaon bent his knee, bringing his head closer to hers.
Oh no, oh no.
I am sorry.
He said, letting her collapse to the ground, something she could only feel from her head as she hit the floor like a sack of potatoes, dazed just enough by the impact to not see or understand Kaon's descending heel, as he crushed her head against the floor, gore churning and spattering. Ugh.
I guess,
Anakin groaned, wiping blood.
I guess it would have technically been better to be on maternity leave at this time period. Ugh.
Bloody gray matter from his robe. Was that really necessary? Anakin asked.
Yeah.
Kaon nodded without
For what they
orienting
wanted to
towards
do,
him.
yes. Not great, though. It's pretty
He
bad.
said with certainty. Not the stomp, Kaon. The wall. I could have just cut us out from the ceiling, and it would have taken us 3 minutes instead of 15. Anakin said, rolling his shoulders and flexing his legs.
Perhaps. But the ceiling is reinforced with adamantium. Even if your weapon could cut through it, I doubt it would have managed it quickly enough to avoid raising the alarm. Given the choice between the two,
Kaon began to explain. Better to be crammed into the walls for 15 minutes than crammed into this room with the rest of the ship, Anakin concluded. The Chaos Space Marine nodded.
Oh.
Okay, fine. Then where to next? Where are they keeping this weapon of yours? Anakin asked, leaning against the wall and taking a deep breath. He could feel the force returning to him, but it was still smothered, only about 1/10 of the connection he felt normally. Kaon nodded his head and walked into the center of the room, seeming to pause and think.
this wall.
He said after a time had passed. What's behind that wall? Anakin asked.
More blanks.
Said Kaon. Anakin sighed heavily. We don't have time for vengeance, not right now. We need to get to this armory as quickly as possible, and preferably without killing our way to it, if we can avoid it.
Go guess
He
what,
said.
Anakin? You sided with this guy.
I agree.
Said the sorcerer.
But to reach and use the weapons I need, we're going to have to create a free space. Even the bodies of these blanks are still suppressing our abilities. Killing them all will be the bare minimum of what we will require to escape. There is no other way.
He explained. Anakin shook his head. This will take too long, and besides, each time we breach and attack a room, there will be a chance that they raise the alarm. And then it's more or less over, he reasoned.
Again, I do not deny it, but that is a chance we will have to take. Unless you can think of another way of clearing the warp suppression from the area around us.
Kaon countered. Anakin paused at that, thinking, and only growing more frustrated as he came up with nothing better. All right, I see no other way. But if we are doing this, then you're going to need to help me, he said. Kaon raised his eyebrows over his stitched eye sockets.
I thought I already was,
he said mildly. No, not like that. You said you were, like me. Warp-sensitive person, right? Anakin asked. Kaon nodded almost without thinking.
Yes, but now...
He started to say, now you have these rods pushed into you that are keeping you from accessing it. Anakin concluded.
No, Anakin.
Again, Kaon nodded.
Anakin.
Then it's obvious what we have to do. We have to pull them out,
no,
said the
Anakin.
Jedi, reaching for one such rod protruding from the man's shoulder.
Anakin, no.
Blind Kaon did not realize what he was doing right away, not until he sensed the movement near his body.
Wait, General, do not touch them.
He barked out, but too late. Anakin's gloved hand wrapped around the black metal.
If it hurts to look at them, it's gonna hurt when you touch it.
But before he could pull on it, it pulled on him. The effect was almost instantaneous, making the Jedi sway in a sudden, dazed fugue. He had the distinct feeling of being a vessel filled with himself and now rapidly draining into the rod.
Wop.
What was this metal? What he had taken to be some kind of element suddenly struck Anakin as undeniably technological. Yes, he could feel it. This metal, this black stone, was not mystical in nature, nor was it even an element of any single material. It seemed not to move at all as it drained out his soul. But the Chosen One could feel the buzzing, the churning, the maze of microscopic complexity within the rod, which seemed to physically drag his force potential within, biting like a swarm of 1 billion ants, all acting with an intelligent design, but lacking intelligence of their own. Kaon jerked away, but Anakin's hand was deadlocked around the bar, and he pulled them both along as he did.
General, let go. You will drain yourself beyond recovery. Release me, now!
Kaon roared, shaking his shoulders, yet still unable to dislodge him.
Kaon! What is
You're
this?
so
Anakin
dumb.
growled through grit teeth.
These rods are Blackstone. They can empower or completely subdue any psychic presence they come in contact with. You need to let go, or you will be of no use to either of us.
The Marine growled back. But Anakin was barely listening by the end of his scolding. Sagging against the Chaos Space Marine, breath rapidly becoming shallow. The rod was devouring him. He needed to escape it, but it truly felt as though his soul were dragged out of him and forcibly flattened.
I'm sorry, can't, Kaon kick him in the chest? Anakin, the Space Marine can back up. How hard is he gripping this? Can he just kick him in the chest to get him off him? Not just an Anakin thing, it's a Kaon thing. Can't he just move?
He puffed a hard breath out through his nostrils, before straightening and pulling as hard as he could. Kaon roared in pain, falling to his knees as the rod was hauled on, its cold length remaining firmly buried in his flesh. Anakin yanked once and then twice, but his hand refused to let go and the Blackstone would not budge. Why was his hand malfunctioning like this? His other hand was opening and closing easily, and Kaon did not seem to be suffering from this kind of effect. So why, he thought to himself? Was it because his hand was mechanical? Was it reacting somehow with the technology of the rod? With that thought, Anakin changed his tactic. Calming for a moment and closing his eyes, shuddering from head to toe. These rods were machines. He was sure of it. He could feel it. And if they were machines, then he was certain he could tamper with it, reprogram it even, if not just disassemble it.
Buddy.
He reached out with his mind, going towards instead of away from the rod, entering within it voluntarily. The sensation was like being covered in meticulous, cruel swarms of insects. Each one going to work on him, devouring and reducing his connection to the Force, separating him. He had only seconds.
What are you doing?
Kaon barked. Be quiet! Anakin snapped, eyes closed, face lined with concentration and dripping with sweat. The metal hand creaked, tightening and tightening, overloading as a stream of metaphysical power moved down through it and into the rod.
He is lucky that he is the chosen one.
Power built within it, but it was not the strength of the Force which made the difference, but the mindset of the user. Memories of crafting circuits, of insulating parts, of learning what had never been taught, filled Anakin's mind. C-3PO had been the first great result of his natural technical ability, conjoined with his status within the Force. Now, in this moment, in this dark place, came the second. The rod seemed to thunk, but not physically. Kaon felt it more than he heard it, and then heard Anakin gasp loudly, feeling the weight on his shoulder lessen as the Jedi managed to release him at last and fall away. But Kaon's attention was immediately shifted away as a new sensation permeated his shoulder and sank into him. His empty, stitched eyes widened and strained as he felt power flowing and circulating within him. It had been so long, but it was not the same. It took Kaon a few moments to actually understand what the Jedi had managed to do. Sorry about that. I didn't realize, Anakin began to say,
Anakin
sitting
needs a
on
nap.
the ground,
He needs a
coated
nap
in
after all
cold
this.
sweat and looking paler than was healthy.
You reversed its polarity.
Oh.
You changed the Black Stone from a suppressive force like those of the pylons on dead Cadia to an amplifying force like those found on Blackstone fortresses.
The Space Marine muttered to himself. Kaon? Anakin asked, eyes narrowing. The Chaos Space Marine straightened and turned to regard him, almost as though his sight had returned.
Can you do that again?
He asked.
No.
Anakin's brow furrowed. Can I do what again? What happened? He asked.
No.
You changed the rod. You made it an amplifier in place of a suppressor. Such things have been known to happen, but not from a psychic influence.
No.
Only technical skill can cause such things to happen. Right now, I feel my lost power, but I have 11 more rods impaled within my body. If you can do that again,
Kaon said. Anakin grimaced, but then stood up and cracked his neck. So, if I help you reverse the rest of them, you will be able to help me take out the other blank rooms, right? he asked.
No, Anakin Skywalker. If you can reverse
We can
all
destroy the
11
ship.
of these rods, then we will not need to. With their power alone, I will be able to force open a space for us. And then, all we will need are my weapons.
Said the sorcerer.
Oh.
Anakin smiled wryly at that and flexed his mechanical hand. All right, then what are we waiting for? The tech priest was guessing,
Great.
literally flying by the seat of her pants at this point. She had studied everything, from the ritual of becoming, the theories and logics behind the mind-machine interface of the ancient thrones, and even memorized most of the facts having to do with the understood components of the awe-inspiring war machine which surrounded her. But what she was attempting now was nearly heresy. Yet, for the sake of the machine
It
cult,
is a little
Nerva
bad
was
that you
willing
like that
to
they're
risk
becoming
it.
bros.
After all,
It is
the
a little
ritual
bad.
of becoming was, by her reasoning, not sacred in and of itself, but rather it enabled the sacred work of her machine. So, attempting to speed it up, or skip it entirely, wouldn't break with true dogma, would it? She pushed such encroaching thoughts out of her focus, closing her eyes in the same moment. Sin or not, she was committed to her course of action. She needed this night up and moving, and she needed it to happen in a matter of minutes, not hours. She could feel the weight of the guardsman sitting on top of her, could feel him shifting around as he failed to make the seating more comfortable, despite trying to. Behind her head, dendrite couplings and mind interface units extended out from the command throne, moving through her dark hair and finding the input ports which ringed the back of her skull. One by one, they hissed and connected, each mechanical serpent seizing a socket with circular jaws and sealing tight around it. There was a cold sensation then, as she was linked into the data exchange system of the night. Not unlike the sensations she received when coupling to a local noosphere. With her connection now secure and confirmed nominal, she waited for just a moment, listening for feedback, for the soul which dwelt within the machine. But, as she expected, it was unresponsive, almost silent. Farness shifted in the darkness, and the battle raged outside, but beyond those muffled sounds, there was something else, whispering. Nerva resisted the urge to fidget. She knew what came next normally. Hours and hours of waiting, as the psychic impressions and neural echoes of countless former nights burrowed their way into her skull and became a part of her.
It is very
Perhaps
interesting.
an even larger part of her than who she was now. But there was no time at all. Swallowing and squeezing her closed eyes until light shone in her blindness, she did something that her master had warned her never to do. She did not wait idly, meditatively, as the machine spirit began to feed her the knowledge and imprints she would need to become its master. Instead, she reached backwards towards the mechanical mind of the faithful flame with her own, serpent-like in the suddenness of her assault. She acted as she would while performing a mind intrusion on a hostile enemy, and by that hostility, Nerva found herself swallowed up into the mind of the machine, like a shadow cat leaping headlong into a ravine. The darkness she found waiting for her there was blacker and deeper than any the human eye could process, becoming a blindness which devoured the very concept of sight and color. The sensation was so strong, too strong. Nerva tried to withdraw, seeking something, anything as a reference point, but like someone who'd fallen into a pit, she could but scrabble at the sides of infinity, not halt or even stall her descent. She tried to close her eyes, to shield herself from the darkness gnawing away at her identity through them, but found she had no eyelids to close, or perhaps no eyes to shield. She felt her mind stretching like taffy, pulled farther and farther apart, leaving her shivering, tingling as though she was hovering over the precipice of a final experience. Her last thought was,
Is this death?
and even that thought was a barely coherent sliver in the screaming ocean of her rapidly darkening mind.
Well, that's not good.
And then, like a rubber band being released just before the point of snapping, she was back. Hard breaths pushed in and out of her, filling her lungs in grateful heaves. Wonderful sensations spread back throughout her body, reminding her of what living was, and for many moments she could not but appreciate the sudden vividness of her life and continued existence. Such was her elation at life that it took the young tech priest and aspirant many seconds to even realize her sudden mutilation. She gasped a panic-ridden breath, rolling up from the flat floor she found herself on as she suddenly noticed her missing pieces, wringing her now incomplete hands together. Her eyes bulged at the sight before her as what was left of her digits ran over the places where she had been disassembled, verifying through touch what her eyes had already told her. Smooth, unbroken skin, 5 whole, flesh-composed fingers, and a nail topping each one. Nerva patted her body, finding that she was dressed in only thin, richly red robes. She touched her abdomen, her legs, her face.
Oh no,
Gone.
she hates that.
Her augmentations were gone. All of them. She tried again and again to access her extra-human additions and found herself without the sense of them or sign of their existence. Her eyes scanned her surroundings, looking first at the floor near her as though she might find her missing parts laid out beside her. But there was nothing. A black, glossy floor of obsidian-like composition stretched out endlessly around her, and an equally black void yawned wide across each horizon, leaving her in darkness. She tried to cycle her vision into the infrared and then ultraviolet spectrums, but found her eyes unresponsive. Instinctively, her thoughts twitched and moved to run a full systems diagnostic, but again, nothing was
She's
there
like, this
to
is what it's
receive
like
the
to be a
command.
human again. Pure
Suddenly,
human.
a weak flashing caught her, the soft pulsing of a line of runes visible in her vision. Faded, almost imperceptible, the line read, "Intrusion Alert," in soft, fuzzy red lettering. Comprehension filled Nerva like molten steel filling a mold. She was, even then, still interfacing with the night. This whole space was a mindscape she had been pulled into. The tech priest stood cautiously and marveled at the incredible finesse of it. She had almost no sense of her true body at all, and even her most intimate mind augmentations were being blocked and numbed out of her perception with limited exception. Her fingers felt just like fingers, and the detail in each sensation of it was crisp and completely real. Perhaps too real, in fact. She could not recall having such a fine sense of touch, nor such clear vision. Nerva breathed in again, appreciating the rush of false air into her digital body. The temperature was comfortable. The gravity was a perfect match for Terran standard, at least so far as she could tell. But much as she was impressed by this mindscape, she was also short on time. Straightening, she looked about again, searching for any sign of the plain void, seeking the center of the machine's mind, seeking access. She almost fell backwards as she turned around and found that something had come upon her, silent in spite of its size
the
and
night.
nature. She cried out in a way which was somewhat less than dignified, but recovered quickly, taking just a few steps back from the towering form before her. An enormous silver throne had stealthily materialized behind her, its backrest rising up into lance-like spires of metal. The throne would have been smooth, but for a haphazard pattern of deep, rectangular cuts of varying sizes and dimensions, which coated the entirety of the throne itself, giving it the appearance of an incomplete puzzle. Yet, more interesting than the odd nature and design of the seat was the being which was seated upon it. Looking small, almost toy-like amongst the enormity of the throne, was a silver-skinned child dressed in a white robe.
Oh, that's
weird. The robe
weird.
was pristine, embroidered with electrum runes Nerva could not read, and woven around its wearer, being composed of a single wide and long sheet of cloth. The one who wore it was small and seemingly crippled, missing their right arm and left leg, as well as a part of their head and face, and several fingers and toes as well. The amputations, if that was indeed what she was meant to interpret them as, were odd in the extreme. Each one was covered in smooth, unbroken silver skin, implying no wounds were ever dealt or blades ever actually applied. And yet, the perfect lines and edges of each missing, rectangular portion of the being's body denoted a very clear, artificial removal. In fact, the more she considered it, the more it seemed that the being itself was artificial in nature and not just in truth, as everything here would be quote-unquote artificial, even her own current body. Bald, smooth, and androgynous, the creature was a beautiful rendition of the human form, save for the asymmetry created by its odd missing pieces. As if very intentionally signaling itself out as a machine spirit.
Ah, there it is.
She drew in a sharp breath,
machine spirit
her
of
emotions
the night.
finally catching up with the directness of what she was attempting. Then she froze, clamping a tight control over her every errant thought and physical impulse. The tech priest watched the spirit, and it stared at her in return, unblinking and expressionless. Her human form reflected within a single blue eye. The other was missing, along with a large rectangular portion of its head and face.
I am Nerva Sharp 370Z.
She said, standing tall and rigid, face perfectly placid. The being tilted its head slowly, its lips trembling, as though it may speak or cry, before its neck gradually twisted back to its original posture, all words unspoken. She did not blink, and so the sudden change of scenery was even more jarring. In one moment they had been within a void of glossy black, and now they were somewhere else, bright, white, sterile. Her composure nearly broke, but true to her discipline, she remained still, only slowly moving her head from side to side, absorbing her new surroundings with eyes that trembled from the effort it took her not to react. She was within a laboratory of some kind, a sleek, pale space filled with smooth desks and elegant, almost Xenos machines. Banks of what Nerva took to be impressively sized cogitators hummed in small fields around her, each machine submerged in tranquil pools of sky-blue coolant. Above her was a high-domed ceiling composed of viewing windows,
I
and
wish
all
I knew
around
more
her
about,
worked
like,
men and women dressed in white and
Mechanicus.
pale blue gowns.
I don't know nearly
They
enough.
seemed not to notice her as she stood there, and, looking back towards where the silver child had been, she found now only an empty throne being fussed and worked on frantically. The entire lab quaked then, metal squealing and glass tinking and shattering. The tremor was more than a little alarming, but from the way in which the men and women around her continued to toil without pause, she guessed it was not the first one, and that its origin was no mystery to these people. In fact, from the way they seemed to hasten their delicate work when the next tremor came, she suspected that their current task and source of whatever force was assailing them were intimately interlinked. A man stepped through her then, revealing her wraith-like nature in this space for the first time.
So this is
his
when the
body
night was
breaking
made,
through
I'm
hers
assuming.
like a bank of mist, though she felt nothing. From his unbroken stride, she surmised
Yeah,
he
this
did
is a
neither,
really
and
good
observed
story,
with
I
interest
agree.
as he approached the throne, and one of the women working on it nearby, a tall scientist, her face obscured with a surgical mask and heavy, augment-linked eyewear. In contrast to her, the approaching man wore a black synthetic jumpsuit, complete with port plugs for neural mind-machine interface and a shiny enclosed helmet. Like everything else, his clothing was sleek, yet it bore the defined, sharp lines of something distinctly unscientific. The same message was echoed in the candor of his every step. This man was no researcher, technician, or scientist. He was a warrior. The woman who was approaching him seemed to sense him in the last few feet and turned to face him, looking up from a technical data pad she held tightly in her hands.
A glimpse of the
"It's
Age
not
of Strife
ready,"
Old Knight?
she
Maybe.
said to him, but the man was
Maybe.
already shaking his head. "It has to be. We're out of time. Plug me in," he ordered. "Stop. You're not hearing me," the doctor insisted. "It is not ready. Your brain will fry like an egg, and we have no idea if you'll ever get conscious control of the Sentinel. We need to run tests, calibrate the—" "It is inside this city," he said. Though her face was hidden, the woman's posture spoke volumes. "What? How? When?" she started. "Listen, it didn't get inside this city just now. It's been inside the city for almost 10 minutes. We are out of time," said the man in the black jumpsuit. "Why didn't you... Fine. She relented, tapping away furiously on the datapad and stepping aside to allow him passage to the throne. The other technicians and scientists continued their feverish tinkering and adjusting all the while, even as the man sat down. Even as the mind link unit connected to the back of his head. "But what are we going to do if we lose you?" the woman asked him, not looking at the man as she spoke, instead working on her pad. The stark, white lighting of the room suddenly shifted in time with the sound of a loud klaxon, becoming a bright red. The change and sound of the alarm was followed shortly by the loud broadcast of alien words, the same the two had been using to speak. Nerva becoming cognizant of the fact that they were not Gothic of any kind, yet she had no difficulty understanding them. "Integration attempt in progress. All personnel, please evacuate the chamber. Integration attempt commencing," blared the loud yet calm voice over the hidden howlers mounted within the walls. Though most of the people in the room seemed to heed the warning in a hasty rush to escape, the scientist and warrior did not. She waited for his answer, and he gave it with little hesitation, speaking over the automated words. "Move on to the next warrior, and the next plan, again and again, and do not mourn me until we are finished. Do not mourn me until we have won," he said to her, voice grim as he gripped the armrest of the throne tightly. Mechanical fissures ripped open across the room, swallowing desks and chairs, machines and tools. It opened perfectly around the throne, and a moment later, Nerva could see why. Most of the floor withdrew to reveal a massive pool of the sky blue coolant, and the gargantuan form of a humanoid war machine dwelling within. It ascended on mechanical servos, rising to meet the throne, even as the throne slowly began to sink towards it. All the while, the scientist stood and watched the pilot, standing on a sliver of the floor, a pre-designated space to serve as a thin but dangerous walkway across the lake of thick, pale blue. The superheated metal hissed as it made contact with the air, stirring wind and steam into existence, blowing the woman's lab coat out around her in wild drafts of wickedly whipping air. She stood like a pillar, watching the man descend into the mouth of the machine and be sealed within. And then, pain! Nerva maintained her composure as best she could, teeth gritting, eyes closing tight as her hands balled into fists, nails sinking into her palms. Still, she remained upright. She stood, and she did not scream. But the pain! The pain! It was devouring everything, and it was growing worse and worse.
Why are you showing me this?
She managed to squeeze past the cage of her constricting teeth. She felt a hand fall onto her shoulder, and the pain ceased all at once, leaving her blinking, lightheaded enough to stumble, but kept steady by the hand. She looked to her right to see who it was, and was shocked to find the pilot standing there. Her own face reflected back at her off the glossy surface of his helmet. They had returned to the black void, though the silver child was nowhere to be seen. He took his hand away from her and pressed a release on the back of his neck. The helm hissed and clicked, and he pulled it away, revealing a handsome, middle-aged face, framed in a beard, mustache, and hair of bright orange, holding a pale
Nice.
face and
Like our
gray
redheads.
eyes. "You are being shown this, aspirant, as a mercy," he said to her. She turned to fully face him and stepped away.
A mercy? That pain was mercy? And what am I supposed to take away from that kind of mercy?
Nerva asked, breathing heavily as she attempted to rein back her control. "Your life, Nerva Sharp 370Z. I am the memory of Amunak Pental, the first pilot of this night, and I died attempting the mistake you are about to embark upon.
Oof.
There is no way to rush the integration. A human will is simply not powerful enough to withstand it.
Yikes.
Go back.
Rip.
Return to your true flesh.
It reminds me of
Escape this
Evangelion.
fate
It
while
does.
you
It
can,
really
for
does,
it leads
though.
not to salvation, but to painful death. Go back," he said to her. Nerva shuddered, considering him for only a few moments before firming her jaw and spreading her stance somewhat.
I cannot.
She said. The words gave her further strength, and she fixed defiant eyes upon the failed ghost of the first night.
I will not.
Dude, solid. Solid. What a great story. Man, I love this. It's just too good. It's just too good. That was excellent. Wonderful. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Would watch again. It's very good. Holy cow. It was a very good story. One sec. Dude, that was really good. Hang on. I'm doing a little stretch here. Ow. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Too Bright. That's perfect. Yeah, if you missed part of the story, let's see. Can I post this on? I'm gonna put that on the YouTube side. Is it too big? Can I? There we go. It's perfect. That was an awesome episode. It was awesome. It was very, very good. Oh, man. That was wonderful. Okay. with all that said, I think we will end it and we'll call it for the evening. Thank you everyone for joining. Please check out Fan's work, as all of the links that got posted that you can see. Please go check out Fan. Give him a lot of love and appreciation for these, because man, he makes good stuff. He makes really good stuff, and I get to sit here and just enjoy it. It's wonderful. So I will see you all tomorrow for the big repo collab, and it is sure to be tons and tons and tons of fun. I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good evening, everyone. Make sure you do your leg day. Don't skip leg day, okay?